colleagues who I consider having multiple intelligence. And their curiosity, their resilient, persistent, risk to tolerance, self-confident, ready to work hard, think opposite. Sometimes they are called rebels. I remember there was some who even label them as a placebo doctor. I will tell you more about that. Misfit, troublemaker. Some of them had to go even to lockup because apparently he was not doing the right thing when he was prescribing methadone. But what is important is not just rebelling for the sake of rebellion, but what is important is also getting the things right. That is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, none in my team those days were so-called gold medalists. But they were going through a lot of career excellence. As the saying goes, academic excellence is not a strong predictor of career excellence. And Einstein even mentioned that intelligence is about imagination. And even though there was some criticism, because many of them during that time were the young lecturer, some of them are quite skeptical when we first introduced psychopharmacology research center. They said, can these young people, young chikus, do the job? So I said, give us a try, okay? And we can see that even though they are not so-called the straight-A student, but they are, those who are very creative, they show leadership, they have a lot of teamwork skill. I always say one man create magic, one man create difference, but teams of men or women, teams of women and men create magic. And that is a reality of fact. Either methadone program, either, psychopharmacology research center, psycho-spiritual projects, we can see a lot of teamwork which actually materialize our visions. And of course, when you encroach into multiple intelligence, these are the people who have social, emotional, and political intelligence. I will highlight more into that. There is one academic joke that often being mentioned. The A student get hired to teach in universities, and the Bs get relatively good job work, but the Cs who actually employ many of us. Okay? So sometimes, yes, we do agree, we do all those IQ tests, SAT, meritocracy, but you must remember there is also meritocracy traps. With sometimes, doing more worse job than what we expect. But going through the journey of life, I think most teachers do not really appreciate those group of students. They rather look only the A's group. The brainic who aces all the standardized tests of life, or P, beta, kappa candidates, rather than those who is like among us who, do a lot of things. I always believe that, many of these people, they used to be called backbenchers, many of those students. They are the backbenchers. We cannot sometimes predict a caterpillar that we can tell which finally going to be a beautiful butterfly. So I always believe in that. And as I want to emphasize, a lot of my teams who work with me were those who actually considered to be caterpillar, and finally when they actually into the project, then we see that they born into a beautiful butterfly. first project that we inherit from our ancestor is stigmatization of mental illness. Those days, we go around the country asking the medical doctors to join psychiatry. If we can beg, we beg, please join psychiatry, and not a single MO are willing to go after going from Sabah, Sarawak, and Perlis. We were at one time working with 3 specialists and catering for 58 patients. When we talk about psychiatry, everybody was having negative impression. We used to be called psycho doctor by other colleagues of us from other departments. They used to tell us we are practicing parascience. So that was the day when, we take our leadership in this department. But we never gave up. We go and do whatever to bring about the change. And we do a lot of projects, the destigmatization project. And there was a time when even we put up what we call Philip Pinel Award. As you know, Philip Pinel is the first psychiatrist who opened the restraint of a psychiatric patient way back in 18th century. But a lot of things is needed. And then another controversial project, actually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not those who like to look for controversy, but somehow I was actually landed into this kind of projects. So the project that is coming in between that was decriminalization of addicts. Because in Malaysia, addicts were still criminalized. Many of them, even until now, were criminalized. They were incarcerated, they were flogged just because they found urine positive. They were actually incarcerated either in prison. Majority of our prisoners were drug addicts. So, thank God, we managed even until now, even up to now, we get a very good help from politicians. That's why, as I said, one of the multiple intelligence which we have, it must be politically intelligent. And the latest, as you all know, we managed to take out mandatory death sentence for those who actually having a possession of a small amount of drugs. And I mind you, many of these drug addicts were from B40. In fact, I always believe that the most important contributing factors to addiction other than inequality and corruption were poverty. And many of those who were incarcerated, I visited all the 26 centers of rehabilitation Pusat Serenti centers. And many of them were poor, 99% were poor. Promotion can tell us about prison, also the same thing. The poor who were incarcerated, who poor who get the worst deal due to addiction. And this is another thing which actually we try as hard to put an end to war on drugs, to put an end to zero tolerance. And we are actually into trying hard to make sure that addiction should be treated in the community rather than put them in Pusat Serenti or in rehab center. So we get a lot of support even from Malaysian Medical Association. War on drug, why are we all out against it? Because, actually when you criminalize addict, it's not actually reducing the so-called the cost. In fact, it increased the cost. We have been spending way back from 1983 until now, we have been spending every year 380 million ringgit to run the rehabilitation center, to support our prison department. And what do we have in the end? At one time, that was when we are actually going hard against zero tolerance, because most of our drug addicts were at risk to HIV. By the time I started my mission to bring idea of methadone way back when we only have 85 HIV positive among IVDUs. By the time, because of all the resistance, by the year 2000, only 2005, the government endorsed, and that was the time we have 85,000 HIV positive, and many died because of it. And majority of them, 90% of them were heroin dependent syndrome. So you can imagine. Eh? And why? Why we take a very long time? Because the anti-drug task force, the AADK, has been enjoying money worth about RM 380 million to run the project and to so-called treat addict, but actually they not treat addict, but they punish the addicts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is reported by New York Times as the world's first methadone MOS project. And this was the project of Professor Rusdi, Professor Mohsen. We are among those. Initially, we get a lot of resistance. In fact, the imam of the mosque, when I tried to shake hand, he refused to shake my hand. Because how dare you bring addicts to the mosque? You are bringing the man from hell. But I told, the mosque is not for the man from heaven only. We are supposed to bring the man from hell also to the mosque. But anyway, finally, we get a very good support from Datuk Professor Ali. Eh? And he is the committee. But after that, he was thrown out from the committee of the mosque. After, I think, due to probably some of the reason is because of political, but probably I hope it's nothing got to do with my project. One of the resistance that they mentioned to me is that make sure these people don't steal the shoes. That was the committee who in the mosque said, make sure. Huh? I said, never mind, it's okay. Which one is worse? You lost the shoes, or you allow addicts to lose their akidah or their faith. And I make a promise to them, if any of you lost your shoes in the mosque, please report to me. I will be willing to pay the shoes that you lost. But make sure you make a police report. But actually, none actually lost their shoes. So this is how we go through brief religious intervention program in the mosque, where in that activity we have doctors, we have technicians, we have even pharmacists to deliver methadone in the mosque. And this is still not fulfilled yet. We want to convert not only mosques, but we want to also convert religious other religious center, Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, but being a Muslim, I also, this is my ambition to convert 6,500 mosques as a center of excellence for bio-psychosocial spiritual program. Another controversial project, which until now, many is still against what I did, is medical cannabis projects. I'm the founding president of my hemp. I dare not even to call it cannabis. I said hemp. A lot of people in Malaysia don't even understand what is hemp. So among the attempt which we make for this medical cannabis is even have an online meeting. Professor Rusdi is there with our KJ, Khairi Jamaluddin. He give a lot of promises, but you know, politicians sometimes we have to excuse of all the political promises. We even try to bring the idea to our alumni. Professor Dato Azmi is our alumni and who is at that time a Deputy Minister of Health. And other than the decriminalization, those days is still not, you know, the government is still not implementing the idea. So he has been one of those who really carrying our voice to the parliament. And you know, this woman with power, Nurul Izzah, she's also helping us. We have a meeting, several couple of meetings, and she's very interested to also into the psycho-spiritual rehabilitation program. We have a lot of visit to the mosque where she proposed for the project to be done, but somehow she lost the last general election, so we don't know when we are going to get back to her. And ladies and gentlemen, translating research is not just the work of the expert. We have a lot of networking with the general practitioners. The first time when not many believe about methadone program, we managed to sell the idea to general practitioners. In fact, I can tell you all that most of the actual implementation of methadone project were actually being done by the general practitioners. Okay, and this is the first GP who I tell you just now who even went to lock up because you know, the pharmacist was apparently don't quite agree. This was the first time when we introduced our project. He went to lock up, and when he went to lock up, apparently he saw a lot of drug addict inside the lockup, and the drug addict was asking, "Hey doctor, why are you here?" So, and after that, we managed to train 1,000 GPs who actually involved with our not only methadone maintenance project, but we also involve them with needle exchange project. Another good friend of mine, Dr. Stephen, who is a dermatologist. He's not even a psychiatrist, but he is a dermatologist who have a very special interest in addictions. Okay, so and he is one of the among the most important person who actually until now still supporting our projects. So that is how we finally into the projects, and it goes without saying we managed to significantly reduce the number of HIV among heroin-dependent patients. Now apparently it's less than, the last report is less than 0.03% who were actually at risk or still having HIV. Most of it is now diverted into what you call homosexuals. We have a very big grant given by George Soros. That's why another thing, very important thing, if we want to go into all this big research, we have to look into international grant. It's no more like what used to be in the past, where UM has a very big grant for research. Or even put aside UM, even a lot of other universities are not getting a very good grant, which what we used to enjoy in the past. So George Soros give even until now a very big grant, and now after they realize that the heroin user is no more one of the highest at risk to HIV. So now the grant is moving into homosexuals, how to prevent them from at risk to HIV and AIDS. And Dr. Kafis is also the one that received a very big grant. Once upon a time, Malaysia, that was during Tan Sri Jasmond, Gauss Jasmond. He always warned us, either you publish or you perish, or you get out from UM. I don't know whether it's still now the thing is like what used to be Gauss Jasmond time, where we managed to get 100, the best university, that time. Now we are around what, 200? But we're still the best in Malaysia, isn't it? But Gauss Jasmond not only just telling us to publish, but he makes sure that he also bring a lot of grant to the universities. I mean, no point saying that publish, do research, but where is the money? Yeah, in God we trust, but where is the dollar? Where is the ringgit? You cannot just put a trust in our God lah. We see all the din, but the din must bring money lah. Otherwise, it's just like hot air lah. So we managed to bring some of these articles, including the psycho-spiritual intervention. And because we are among the first, so our citation index is quite high lah. We got a lot of citations for those who are interested looking into the psycho-spiritual intervention. My wife, Segatul Islam, is the one that helping us a lot lah, into the publications. She liked writing, and she liked research. Now she is in Iran. She's just promoted as a senior professor in University of Tehran. So I'm the long-distance husband now. I just visited Iran. They have a lot of research in Iran, and they are also very happy to actually, work with us. The only problem is language. They have problem with language. Many still have difficulties to speak English. And these are among things with is still ongoing. I should say Prof. Rusdi has already, and Prof. Mohsen has already put our research into what we term as educational hub. We train a lot of experts and doctors, not only from Southeast Asia, but also from Asian and also from Middle Eastern. So these are things which we manage to propagate from research and into international participation. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a saying, to be a good leader, you must be students of leadership. And I always emphasize to my undergraduate students, and even to my PhD students, that medicine is about lifelong learning. We have to get all the didactic learning. Even to be a leader, we must keep reading. And, we are not just reading a medical book. There's little to say about leadership in the medicine, in medical book. But there's a lot of things we can actually learn from books. Like, for example, Daniel Kahneman. I like his book because he's the Nobel Prize winner. And the last book is on the noise of law in human judgment. It's a very interesting book to read. Before that is Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. So a lot of these books, which, every one of us should read, and to prepare ourselves as not only agent of change and to prepare ourselves as a leader. Another very interesting book. Why I'm interested in this is because it also highlights the what you call the correlation between microbiomes and mental illness, including dementia and including addictions. James Kinross is a surgeon who really write in a very simple way about dark matters, talking about microbiomes and the connection between our gut and our brain. It's nothing new, but you know, a lot of things are actually being highlighted in the book. I try as much to understand all those microbiome, some of the journal that I read. But at the age of 67 plus now, I think my brain is a bit rusty. So it's difficult to look into all those technical words from the microbiological point of view. But Kinross managed to make it easy for me to understand. You know, this fecal microbiota transplant, who actually bring this idea? This idea was brought 3,000 years ago by who? By the Chinese. The Chinese who introduced, they call it yellow soup. What is yellow soup? Yellow soup is apparently a feces from the normal person, make it a soup and give it to the person who have diarrhea. And apparently it worked. But now, fecal microbiota transplant has been used quite widely. And in fact, in some of these centers, they are willing to buy the feces of those individuals who have a good microbial component. Any microbiologists here? This is a challenge for you all to think about this. It's a new area of interest in science. Well, ladies and gentlemen, goes back to what Einstein said. If at first the idea is not absurd, then hopefully there's no hope to it. The latest, sorry to say, probably I would like encroach into, I might encroach into the controversy, THR versus GEG. It has been the battle between us and create a lot of scientific brouhaha. Well, I would like to still into it, medical vaping versus nicotine replacement therapy. Probably I'm the first to introduce nicotine replacement therapy in Malaysia by Ciba Gegi. I don't know whether you heard about Ciba Gegi. I'm the first who go around the country. Every Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to all the GPs. But what they said, doctor, I'm very convinced, but there is no patient. No one coming to take my NRT. I'm just wasting my money to buy. Those days is nicotine chewing gum. Well, we definitely, in the end, we have to be evidence-based. Like our father of evidence-based medicine, our David Sachet, what he said, 5 years after your graduation as undergraduate, your whatever you learn, 50% of what you learn become obsolete, which is true, you know. We have to be all the time into research. We have to be evidence-based. And definitely, it's not something that is what we term as cookbook approach will suffice in order for us to go into that. But a little bit good news. I'm sure you read all this, isn't it? Sweden just became the world's first smoke-free country. And they are not just looking into one approach. Actually, the reason why I am looking into THR, tobacco harm reduction, is not for recreational. I'm all out against recreational vaping, but it's giving a bigger platform so that, we try those who cannot, who fail to go into NRT, who fail even to go for taking holy water, so maybe we can have some some options, And this is what our Swedish are doing. They managed to fulfill the WHO criteria. WHO is 5%, right, to be smoke-free country. And he managed to target 5.6%. Malaysia, still 46% among male who is smoking, So these are things which is now the project which I'm embarking upon, trying to introduce medical vaping into our the tobacco harm reduction program. Another thing that I like to quote here is that do not fear to be eccentric in opinion, for every opinion now accepted was once upon a time eccentrics. So, ladies and gentlemen, take-home message. We need agent of change who offered us a choice between a creative new ideas and a practical old one, to fill the gap between the straight-edge conformist psychiatrists and those who make us see the world differently, i.e. thinking out of the box, i.e. against status quo, rebel to get things right. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Hussein, for the very enlightening talk this morning. A lot of sharing. I understood this like academic journey that you have until now, that you shared just now, the up and down, the challenges. So I think we have about another 10 minutes or so. So I would like to open anyone want to ask question to Professor Hussein? Yes, please. Mike.
I don't think there's a simple answer to that. There's a lot of things which we can actually, not just psychiatrists, but we should also involve a lot of other stakeholders. I'm quite interested because my psychologist who is now working with me is from UK. Apparently, according to her, because the demand is more than the supply, so they even actually train the nurses about cognitive behavioral therapy to manage patient who is depressed. In the past, it used to be only confined to psychiatrists who is actually doing CBT. But according to her, now they even train the nurses, the health workers, in order to be more accessible for those who is having depression. But when we are actually offering to Nurul Izzah about our psycho-spiritual intervention, we are not just confined to only manage heroin. We want to also make use our malls to be the center for those who have problem with mental health, especially depression, anxiety, problem with adolescent. And similarly here, I don't know whether it's still an ongoing project, but we also at one time encouraged the general practitioners to be involved in managing depression. And they can be another resource persons to help us. There was a survey I did whereby actually 30% of depressed patients were seen by them, but they don't have a proper training for them to actually, manage patients. They are worried. Their wrong impression is that, oh, you must be a psychotherapist in order for you to manage. No, it's not necessarily so. How can you ask GP who don't have any training for psychotherapy to manage patients who is depressed with psychotherapy? And you must remember, they usually see 70, 80 patients. How can they have time to actually spend 1 hour to do psychotherapy? So another thing is, of course, when we are offering this kind of program to the mosques, not only to the mosques, to all those worship centers, we have to train them. We have to, train how to manage this individual who have. They can be our lay counselor. And I think it's going to be a very big project if we are if we get grant to train all this, including addiction. I cannot take away my special interest, and including smoking as well. Prof. Amir has a very good project, even including dental surgeons. Because we always say, the first to diagnose smoking is not even GP, is a dental surgeon. The moment the patient open their mouth, definitely can know whether they are smokers or otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, Prof.
Psychiatrists in the past, the present, and where do you think we should be going in the future?
Let's start with my department. Once upon a time, nobody wanted to join our department because there's always fight among the consultants. But now probably it's more harmonious. Until I took over the headship, and nothing grew on fire. So we must get together. Once upon a time whereby there are apparently more psychiatrists than patients in our wards. So the other thing is that, of course, I'm sure you have much more better chance to get into translating your research ideas into social capital development. Before MCO, I attended sustainable development meeting in and mental health in London, and there are all sort of a grant that was given, and what you need is, of course, to prove that you can actually do it right, So because they are looking into mental health as one of the most important area of interest for sustainable development. So the other thing is that we have to get in touch and do a lot of networking. Prof. Chris is one of them that we should actually continue our networking. Actually, our methadone project, we have a very big help from Australia. Professor Robert Ali, Alex Wardak, Even for smoking, we have Professor Fergostrom, who actually helping us as well. In fact, when we introduced varenicline, he is the one who is spearheading, even came to Malaysia and we discussed about it. He got the idea of even bring the treatment to factories. So we managed to bring to Malaysian Oxygen 80% success when they receive varenicline for free. But 80% relapse after they don't receive any more free for the treatment because apparently it's too expensive. The last I saw Professor Fergostrom is in Poland. Early last year, I saw him. And he's now is a strong advocate of tobacco harm reduction. So I asked him what happened with varenicline. He said, yeah, it's still ongoing. So, I think you are in better chance. I always tell my medical students, those days when we go for journal, we have to go to Medicus Index. Anyone still remember what is medical index? I do. And we have to look into that. And then when we got the article, when we went to the journal, University Malaya Journal, supposed to be the best in Malaysia, there's no article because it takes another few months before the article is coming to us. And sometimes it didn't come at all because it's too expensive for us to buy. But now it's at our fingertips. So I told my student there is no reason why they actually cannot get into reading all these journals. It's so handy now. It's very, very handy. And now with AI, of course, it's going to be much more handy than anything else. And I always encourage you the place where I used to go, Kunikunia. No, I'm advertising. Kunikunia in KLCC. It's a very nice place where you can sit down and read and drink coffee. And if you are a member, they give you 20% discount. Another place that is going to be opening soon is in the Doubletree, near Doubletree. That one, they even provide you with a nice cushion. You can even sleep if you are tired reading. So a lot of opportunities now, And I'm sure, I think it's much easier now to publish. Recently, I met Dr. H.T. Ong, who is a cardiologist, my classmate. And he is one of the, editorial board for PLOS. So he said, hey, Hussein, why? Not many Malaysians willing to publish. So he is also working with Chinese university. He said, hey, come on, ask them to publish lah. But even our Malaysian journal are also hunger of articles. So there is another opportunity for us to publish. Because as an academician, I think you have to publish. That is very important. Whether they throw you out from the university because you are not published, or otherwise, I think it's very important for us to continue publishing. Yeah. Okay, if there's no other thing, my apology because my university is very strict. It's very different working in University Malaya and working in private university. They even have CCTV to monitor when you are going for tea. So my apology, I have to go now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Chris, for attending this meeting, for Prof. Nasir, my good friends. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Musin.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hussein, for the very interesting session, Q&A. I believe if you open, there's some other question, in fact, but we understand your time constraint. Anyway, on behalf of Department of Psychological Medicine and perhaps the faculty as well, we would like to express thank you for Prof. Hussein for your time here. Come back to UM at least for at least this morning 1 hour. Probably if we have other opportunity, we can invite you in the future. With that, I would like to thank everyone for being here. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Mohammad Hussein Habil, who came all the way from Masha to give a wonderful talk, and also Professor Mohammad Musain Hamad Sahari, the HOD of Psychological Medicine. All right, a bit of housekeeping announcement. So we have a 30 minutes break. However, there is exciting poster competition is going on at the center point. So please help yourself to visit the poster competition and return back to the DJ Janarash around 10:25. So because the next talk will commence at 10:30. Thank you very much. IT team, boleh tolong set slide dekat sini ke? Saya pergi jumpa PA DVC PNI.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So now let's move to our next session. So our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Rushdi Abdul Rashid, and he is a senior lecturer in Department of Physiological Medicine, Faculty of Medicine. Prof. Rusdi also is a chief coordinator of the University Malaya Center for Addiction Sciences, or better known as UMCAS, and he also a coordinator for substance abuse treatment services at Medical Center. Without a further ado, let's give a big applause to Associate Professor Rusdi.
Many thanks to Madam Chairpersons. Thank you very much. Good morning, very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Okay, my topic for today to talk about what we call Empower B40, breaking barriers and building future of Malaysia Madani. Okay, Empower B40. M is actually stand for marginalized B40. M also stand for Malaya University. M stand for empower. Why we need to empower marginalized B40? So who are they actually? Marginalized B40 is referring to those people with mental illness, and they also have a problem with substance use. And because of these two problems, we call them dual diagnosis. And they are actually becoming unfortunate. They have difficulty to get job, and they have a tendency to be vagabond, wandering on the streets. And so today I'm talking about this group of people and what are the things that we do for them. Okay, before I start, I would like to thank my collaborators. There is Dr. Muhammad Sayuti Abdul Karim from Advanced Manufacturing AMP, University of Malaya, Faculty of Engineering, Professor Dr. Cik Zardina Sa'ari from Akademi Pengajian Islam Universiti Malaya, and also Dr. Mahanum Jalil from Pusat Asasisan Universiti Malaya. So why, as an introduction, why we have this project being going on? Number one is because of the drug issues has become a major problem in Malaysia for many centuries. And we know that it does not really solve, even though the Malaysian government have what we call National Anti-Drug Agencies, or AADK, yeah? But that issue is continuing become a major problem in our country. And nowadays, addiction been known as a disease. It's a chronic relapsing brain disease. And now it's been considered similar like any other chronic medical illness, for example, diabetes mellitus, hypertension, etc. In Malaysia, the Malaysian government have embarked on what we call harm reduction strategies to fight against HIV, especially among those injecting drug users since year 2005. And this harm reduction program been recognized by World Health Organization as a best practice in Asia, as what been reported by the WHO in report in year 2011. There is two major components. There is a national methadone therapy program and also needle exchange programs. Yeah. And now it's time to move forward, especially during last pandemic, COVID-19, because of the financial crisis in most of the major countries in the world, and Malaysia is not exceptions. So I'm talking about drug policy in Malaysia. We have some drug policy that been running in our country with regard to substance use in Malaysia. Number one is Dangerous Drug Act 1952. So according to DDA 1952, any possession of drug that include opioids, cannabis, and also amphetamine type stimulants of any amount subjected to criminal acts and sentence can be sentenced ranging from fine to death by hanging. But Alhamdulillah, recently, actually the death by hanging has already been freed. Hopefully, there was no more people being hanged because of possession of the drug, which is, I think, very cruel. Yeah, and then we have another act, what we call Drug Rehabilitation Act 1983. So for those found urine positive, they got no drug, but their urine is positive because they consume drugs, illicit substance. So for those urine positive for illicit substance, can be sent under the court order or compulsory rehabilitation for 2 years. So that means if they are studying or they're working, they have to leave their job. And then we have Poison Act, which is a new psychoactive substance. For example, kratom nowadays. We have also even cannabidiol, the product of cannabis, the one that Prof. Hussein mentioned just now. If it is, it's still illegal in Malaysia. Yeah, if you get caught with CBD and CBD or cannabidiol, you can actually go into this act as well. Okay, I mentioned about National Harm Reduction program, in which started in year 2005, consists of two main components, which is a methadone maintenance therapy program and also needle syringe exchange program. Professor I mentioned just now, it's a very successful program where we managed to reduce the HIV rate among injecting drug users from at one time 70%, 76%. Now is almost 0%, yeah, among drug users. I think we probably in another few years from now we can be at 0% HIV among drug users, hopefully, yeah. So marginalized B40 and chronic unemployment. So this marginalized B40 we can consider as a toxic society. In Malaysia, we have been implement what we call total abstinence approach for the last 30 years. This is through our National Anti-Drug Agency, Pusat Serenity, Prison Department in Malaysia. Yeah, as you can see, when you label drug users as criminal, you diverted them from the mainstream employment and opportunities, and you actually force them into what we call circle of criminal activities. So at present, most prisons in Malaysia are overcrowded, with almost 70% inmates in prison in Malaysia. They are either selling drugs or they use drugs or both. Yeah, and many of them contracted infectious disease like tuberculosis, hepatitis B and C, and also other infectious diseases like scabies, sexual transmitted disease, HIV and AIDS. And recently, it's also prison is also a very good incubator for COVID-19 infection spreads. Similarly, high rate of relapse after release from Pusat Serenity or prison. So this cycle has become what we call permanent. So our program here is to cut this cycle so that people won't go into the Pusat Serenity or prison anymore. Just to highlight, we already gone through the difficult time, I can say, with regard to our COVID-19 pandemics. But I just want to highlight, because this thing can happen again. We know about this, what we call Disease Act. The WHO has warned us about Disease Act, which probably worse than COVID-19. So we need to prepare ourselves. So there is an increasing number of new cases of mental health problems and relapse case, especially during the pandemic and also post-pandemic COVID-19. There is also increasing use of alcohol and also substance-related disorders. For example, in UMMC and also UMSC, we have a 3-4 increased number of cases observed, at least by us as a clinician who are actually everyday practice here. And we have a psychological support program as for frontliners. This one being conducted by Dr. Zeraidas and also her team. And today she will be talking on this issue as well. We have this psychological support program, not only for frontliners, but also for UM or UMMC staff and also the public, where we set up some evidence that substance use being commonly used for the self-medicating of the underlying stress. And we see also in the public, in the community, worsening unemployment situations, salary cut or at least, marital issues among the main stressors. And marginalized B40 is the most affected and needs specific help or intervention in order to prevent this menace in the community. And I believe now is the time, perhaps, for us to move forward the idea of what we call decriminalization of substance use in Malaysia, or what we call decriminalization model, which already been run in some of the European countries, for example, like Portugal, Sweden, Netherlands, and it's already approved, successful. At one time, they are actually among the what we call highest prevalence of substance use in Europe countries. But now, after 5 years, they implemented in year 2000. Just within 5 years, they become the lowest prevalence of substance use in European countries. I believe this model is the way forward, and I think it's good also if Malaysia can also follow. Just to highlight, recently newspaper cutting with regard to high prevalence of uncontrolled COVID-19 in our prisons in Malaysia during that time, when it become chaotic, when people, including inmates and also the warden, been infected by COVID-19 in prison Kajang, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, this project that I'm going to present is actually a continuation of the project that we carried out 3 years ago. We call it MRUN, Malaysian Research University Network. And then it was upgraded into what we call Perkemas B40. Yeah. So MRUN grant is a community grant under UMCare. Started as a pilot project 3 years ago. And it was extended into what we call Perkemas B40. Perkemas B40 is stand for Program Pemerkasaan dan Rawatan Ketagahan bagi Masyarakat B40 Terpinggir. It was supported by the Center for Addiction Science, which is I'm a director there, and then Akademi Pengajian Islam Muslim Malaya, and also Pusat Asasi Sains Universiti Malaya, and AMP. AMP is a engineering advanced manufacturing center leads by our Datuk VC, Professor Hamdi. And also NGO Sinar Kasih, we have a representative here, Puan Naga from Sinar Kasih, Kuala Lumpur. UMCAS has a backbone for providing the methadone therapy treatment and job placement with supported employment to stabilize drug addictions, and also specific psychosocial intervention plus psychospiritual counseling developed by APIM. We also have a machine, what we call automated methadone dispensing machines, developed by AMP. You can actually see this machine in our booth after this. It's created by our engineering faculty to help patients get their methadone faster. And this machine actually been put in the methadone mobile service as well. We started with a Pisang Berangan Kultur program, MG2 Pineapple, Nanas Madu, and also catfish rearing program, tilapia and also ayam kampung as a main product. It was been supported by Pusat Asasi Sains. They are the one who provide us the benih with MD2 and also Pisang Berangan Kutu. And the engine is actually empowered by the Sinar Kasih Kuala Lumpur NGO. They are actually NGO that consists of professional and also ex-drug users who are in recovery. Yeah, and the Sinar Kasih Kuala Lumpur, they have a Rumah Sinar Kasih. So perhaps this afternoon, Dr. Nurul Azmi will present the activities what's going on in the Rumah Sinar Kasih Kuala Lumpur. So what is the proposed program in the project that I'm going to highlight now is a project in our Biotech lab in Glemilemi, Jelbu. Yeah. So why we conducted this kind of program? The rationale is to support the government mission to reduce rate of recidivism in the prison. We want to support the UN community program and give back to the society spirits. Yeah, and of course the objective, we want to provide the job placement and also supported employment for this marginalized B40. We want to improve the functioning of and also the quality of life for recovering drug users in the treatment, and we want to integrate them early into the society and enhance their addiction treatment program. If you see in Pusat Serenity, the integration is occurring after 2 years of rehabilitation. Sometimes they unable to do because when the moment they come out, sometimes the rejection is much more from the society. Not only the society, but even the family refuse to accept them. So in our program, we treat them in the community. It's a community-based program. The thing that been highlighted by Dr. Ika last time in newspaper. So we want to treat them in the community so that we can integrate them early with the society. Yeah. We want to empower them for readiness towards decriminalization model in Malaysia, inshallah. Yeah. Okay, this is the land that been given to us. Look like kepala crocodile, alligator. Yeah. So this land is about 100 acres plus. So we have Glemilemi, I think somewhere around here, is a completed building and some existing project going on. So the land that been given to us is about 10 acres. It's at the tip of the nose of this alligator nose. You can see here, it's only about 10 acres of land. Not very good land. It's kind of swamp. So, but we try to make use. We try to optimize it. For land that is fertile, we grow MD2, and for the land with swamp, we probably do fisheries. Yeah. So how we going to do it? We were given around 1 acre last time in Gombak when we ran the MRAM project in Gombak, Kampung Padang Balang. We grow pisang berangan kultur. And then we were given 10 acres of land, which about going to start now. Yeah. And hopefully in the near future, we will give another 100 acres of land, inshallah. We gather the expertise, and we want to also involve the other agencies, for example, prison department, as well as National Anti-Drug Agencies, ELAM, which is just nearby the Biotech Glemilemi. Okay. So what are the services that we offer? CAS, we offer our expertise in research, and also the treatment for the methadone program. And of course, UMMC and UMSC will support us to treat other comorbidities, including psychological and also medical problems. We have ISB, Institute of Science Biology, PASUM, and also AMP, and also NGO Sinar Kasih to help us in activities with regard to farming, fisheries, and also poultry. And we have psychosocial and spiritual treatment offered by Akademi Pengajian Islam Universiti Melaya, and also we ourselves develop what we call module, Islamic Spiritual Interventions, together with NGOs. So what are the linkages of the missing links here? So we need to engage other agencies to supply participants for the projects. We also need to stabilize them before we enroll them into the program, because we have heard ADK for so many times try this together with Felda. They take probably hundreds of people get involved in this activity, but after 1-2 months, all the participants run away. They go back to drug again. Actually, they relapse. So that is why the medical treatment is very important. We have tried in Gombak last time. We managed to maintain patients who are together with us for more than 2 years. They didn't run away because we stabilized them with medication, and they stick with us until even now, some of them. And of course, medical treatments, psychosocial and psychospiritual intervention will run parallel with job placement and support. And we reintegrate them into the society, and it takes place while they are receiving treatment itself. And whatever existing facilities available in Jelebu can be utilized for the program. And this program is a volunteer-based. We didn't actually force them to come in. We only receive those who are volunteer for the program. So this is about the milestone of the program. As I mentioned just now, our strategy is 1-10-100. 1 is already accomplished. 10 is about to start, actually already started. And 100 is our dream, inshallah. So these are some of the SWOT analysis for the proposed program. The strength of this project is we have a successful methadone program. We have a broad methadone coverage across all settings in Malaysia. We have a methadone in the Kementerian Kesihatan under Klinik Kesihatan. We have methadone program in Cure and Care One Malaysia Center. Even now we have methadone in the mosque, as Prof. Hussein mentioned just now. Yeah. We have available add-on psychospiritual modules supported by the UM experts. And also, we have some continuous support by agencies like Ministry of Health, National Anti-Drug Agencies, and also prison departments nowadays. Yeah. So what are the weaknesses of the program? Lack of funding for unpopular toxic society. Shifting addictions toward psychostimulants. Now, most of the drug rehab center, we notice, is occupied by the ATS users. Majority of opiate users, those who consume morphine, heroin, they are no more in Pusat Serenity. They have been in the Klinik Kesihatan. They are receiving methadone treatment. If I'm not mistaken, more than 50,000 methadone patients are available in the community nowadays. But very unfortunate, they have difficulty to get job, because the moment they go out from the rehab center or prison, they have been labeled as ex-criminals. So we want to correct this wrong policy that's been going on for the past 30 years. Limited space with limited potential profits. We are given 10 acres, alhamdulillah. We try to optimize it, yeah, even though it's not really fertile 100%. Land given has no basic amenities. We have to build in from ground zero, I can say. And so far, we don't have any supply of methadone. We need to find some grants. Yeah, if we want to implement this smoothly, we need to buy our own methadone. Opportunities, optimizing tech and IoT. We have AMP can actually supply us with methadone machines equipped with central database system. Why central database system? Because we want to prevent doctor shopping. Because methadone is somebody took it at one clinic, they go and take to another clinic, they can actually die because of overdose and toxicity with methadone. So we can prevent this doctor shopping by having this central database system. Potential for knowledge transfer and also creating experts to support the prison payroll system. Now we have what we call a correctional center nearby this UM Biotech Jelebu, where the prison now practicing what we call payroll system. They only receive correctional treatment. Then after that, they've been released to receive correctional in the community. We call it a payroll system. Yeah, it's cost-effective approach that with the positive income. Can you imagine? Prof. Hussein mentioned just now, almost 500 million per year being spent for our rehab center, for prison departments, and so on. After 2 years release, just within 1 month, they go back to drug again, relapse. So the government spends is actually taxpayers' money. It's just go hangus. So with our project, perhaps we can give back to the government. Yeah, inshallah. So what are the threats? Drug use and trafficking on site. This is some possibilities. Loss of asset and products, as Prof. Musa mentioned just now. They may kasut hilang and so on lah. But so far, we have been proved that kasut tak hilang dekat masjid. After we implement. Kasut hilang before the project going on. After the project, they take care of the mosque. So this is a true story. I remember when I first come into the mosque project, methadone project, SEDA, we call it SEDA program. When I go into the toilet, the needle is poking in the toilets. You know, because that is the place where they actually shoot, kind of shooting gallery before they go to Kampung Kerinci or Pantai Dalam. They tinggalkan masjid, shoot. But after the project, the program running for 1 year, the toilet become very clean. Notice that the lands is exposed to extreme weather and also floods. Last couple of months ago, we have to delay our project because banjir, flood. And this banjir is what we call banjir temenung. It takes few weeks before the water really going down. And we also have some destructive animals, monkeys, and also piggy. Okay, this is some of the gallery that I would like to show. This is UN Biotech Lemi Research Center in Jelebu. Very nice place. I would like to invite you all, especially the students, to come and do research with me in this place. Yeah, very nice place. They have this poultry for the goats. Very nice mountain at the back. Very cool environment. There is a morning got haze, macam kabus. So what are the existing research project that going on? This is by AHB. They have this goat rearing research project going on. Very beautiful goats. As you can see here, they also have this mushroom, kulak sisir, 60 ringgit per kilo. Very expensive. If you go there, you can try this one. I remember last time during my childhood, we used to pick up on the tree, kayu mati. But here is you can just buy it, yeah, 60 ringgit per kilo. So we did visits to Klinik Kesihatan Jelebu, where they actually run what we call methadone clinic, yeah, in this Klinik Kesihatan Jelebu. So this is a methadone clinic facilities. So we will invite volunteers from this clinic. They already stabilized with methadone to work in our place, the 10 acres of lands. So this is some of the seeds grant that we get from the Ministry of Health. We also recently get another 150K from University of Malaya. Thank you for this project. So these are the land locations. As you can see here, this is the road to Kuala Kelawang, Pekan Jelebu lah. And this side is to Kuala Lumpur, Semenyih. So here is UN Biotech Lemi, the building that I showed to you just now. And this is the land that been given to us, 10 acres. This one is a correctional center, prisons for drugs. And at the back here, we have a cure and care Pushpan, Jelebu. So we are surrounded by the same facilities that providing treatment for the drug addiction services. And this is the land. I just came back from pecah tanah lah. This 2 weeks ago. As you can see here, this is the land, and we are very lucky. Near the land, we have durian trees, and we also have some fruits there. So maybe if you all follow us, can go and eat durians there. So the accommodation, we have the cabins, yeah. So all the patients will stay here. So we have 5 people stationed here. They are considered like seats, and we also have those coming from this klinik kesihatan, but they come punch card basis, and they've been paid on also daily basis as well. So we have also another accommodations, which is better suites. So if you go there, you don't need to go and stay in the cabin. You can stay here. Yeah. So UM got these facilities, especially for researchers and also enumerators. So these are our main activities, Nenas MG2 and also fisheries. As you can see here, this is catfish. We thought of rearing it not in the canvas. This one canvas is actually in Rumah Sinar Kasih. But in Jelebu, we're going to rear this catfish in the ground. Okay, what are the leisure activities that we carry out? As you can see here, in between doing research, we also do some leisure activities, fishing, and this is Dr. Sayuti. Yeah, so he managed to get this what we call snakehead, ikan haruan, ikan toman. I'm not very sure. So I bring my son. Okay, these are some of the leisure activities that we carry out in Jelebu, UM Biotech Lemi. You all can swim here, but this is a very deep lake. Be careful. You all can do fishing. This one fishing you have to pay 10 ringgit per hour. Sometimes tak balik modal, dapat ikan kecil je. Better to fish in the UM Lemi. You can get this what we call ikan toman. So after fishing, you can this karaoke at the nearest restaurant there, makan-makan, and of course, Jelebu is a very nice place for durian lovers. Yeah, they have this musang king, blackthorn. So of course, sometimes I also got confused. Are we doing research on the project, or are we doing research on the durian itself? So as you can see here. So, but be careful not to take it too much, yeah, especially for those diabetic, hypertensive, heart disease. So Prof Hussein only take one, but we have to finish another. So very dangerous. Okay, I think that's all I want to talk for today. I welcome any question from you all. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Rushdie, for your wonderful talk. So now we open the platform for the Q&A session.
Thank you, Bonishi, for your presentation. So this company-based model of care that includes both treatment and also this job placement that you're doing to kind of address the social needs of people who use drugs. These are important facilities towards effective treatment, right? In a decriminalization model, this is actually what we want to see in the future if the treatment going to take place, inshallah. My question is, what are your outcomes of interest for this study? Is it the relapse rate, or I think this is important because when we want to see these things to take place, this is the kind of evidence that we want to promote to the government. Thank you.
When we talk about addictions, addiction is a chronic disease, and any chronic disease relapse is a rule. So I'm not interested in relapse actually. What I'm interested is the functioning, functioning of patients. They can work, they can contribute to the nations. So that is the number one outcome that I see actually. Yeah. Thank you for the question. You highlighted this. It's very important when we deal with addiction. Relapse is a rule. See, like me, I'm a diabetic patient. Even though I'm a doctor, sometimes I didn't take my medication and forgot. So sometimes I relapse also. But what is the most important? Every time they relapse, we bring them back. We do relapse autopsy, encourage them to sober again and again. So for everyone who relapse, so it's a learning process for them to eventually become sober and abstinent completely, inshallah. Yeah. Any other questions?
Any questions from the floor? Okay. Thank you, Prof, for your very informative talk just now. I would like to invite Dr. Shafiq to give a token appreciation to Prof. Rushdie on the stage, and also to Dr. Zuraida. Maybe we can take the token of appreciation together. Yeah. Please give a big applause to Prof. Rushdie. Okay, and we would like to invite Dr. Zuraida as well. For the, Dr. Zuraida will be the next speaker for the next session. Thank you, Dr. Zuraida.
Let me introduce Dr. Zuraida Ahmad Shafi. She's our senior lecturer in Department of Psychological Medicine, Healthcare Medicine. Previously, she was a strong lady from LPPKM. She's joining our department a bit late, but I can say that she's among the most hardworking lecturers in our department nowadays. So she will be giving us the topic on the project that she's been embarking, I think since 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
Eco spirituality and sustainable development. My work at UM project to enhance fairness and also occupational resilience among UM campus communities. So without further ado, I would invite Dr. to continue with the topic. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Rushdie, for the kind introduction. Basically, this topic is very close to me because I like to be involved in the spirituality as well as to be involved in nature. And I have the opportunity to be with a very the greatest team, I would say, to work on this project. And I'm sure the topic on sustainability development or SDGs is quite alien to a lot of us, especially in the Faculty of Medicine. But I'm lucky that recently, just recently concluded UNGA, United Nations General Assembly, where our Premier, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, actually presented almost all of the goals under Madani. And it makes my work easier because I'll be just talking on SDG 3, which is on wellness. How do I change to the next? Okay. I believe that most of us understand the concept of health, and I will try to relate to the concept of mental health because overall, we believe that it's quite impossible because at a younger age, we do see a lot of children already been diagnosed with various physical mental health. And in order to achieve a complete physical and mental health in terms of the definition of the WHO, we would like to see an overall picture of someone who actually able to achieve at least the minimum care of the physical, mental, and social well-being. And in understanding this, we must look at the continuum of what mental health is all about. It's not about just having depression or do not have depression. So we are looking at the context of whether the person who actually come to us or do not come to us, from our observation, do they really in the need of help in terms of their mental care, in terms of their physical care? And of course, we can't run away from the fact that there is no health without mental health. We need mental health because we need to believe that as human being, mental health is a basic human right for everyone in the community. So I would like to just show how do we look at this concept to be more practical in terms of the approach. So I really enjoyed the talk given by Prof. Rushdie earlier because it really clicked with what we are going to talk about today. It's just that it probably can be put under the context of SDG. Maybe later when we discuss, we can talk about that further, Prof. Rushdie. And the mental health is a state of mental well-being. And by knowing this, we are actually encouraging every one of us in every department, in every unit, even at home, to be able to work on their stress level, to learn on how to cope with life, to be able to realize their potentials, not just looking at the weakness of a person, but to look more into their potential, to allow them to learn and to work well, and eventually to be able to contribute to the community. They can be those who are actually ex-addict, and we do not stigmatize them or label them. And because we need to promote mental health as a way of life, at the same time to protect them from any element of stigmatization, label, and being judgmental, and also at the same time to restore any form of integrity that they have. So we need to ensure this in order for us to achieve the SDG 3, which is about the good health and well-being for all. And I believe that most of the mental health experts agree that we need to refer to the Mental Health Action Plan, which was initiated in 2013. But because of COVID-19, it was been extended for another 10 years to 2030. But what is more important is for us to understand there are 4 main objectives, whereby we talk about leadership. In University Malaya, we talk a lot about this excellence, the center of excellence. So we need to also look at whether are we working on to become a more effective leadership, and also in terms of the governance for mental health. And there need to be a provision in terms of the more comprehensive and integrated mental health and social care services. In our department in psychological medicine, we have a community-based services, and also to implement strategies to promote and to prevent the occurrence of any form of mental health issues. At the same time, we need to strengthen more information systems, evidence, and also in research. And with that, we are able to promote any form of recovery that is free from stigmatization and discrimination. Okay, sustainability development is actually something that is rather, if you look at the model here, but actually, if you were to look at this model and we compare to what Prof. Rushdie has already presented earlier, his project has achieved almost all of these criteria set in terms of whether your project will be sustainable or not. Because if there is a capacity to govern, you're already into the sustainable development. Is there a capacity to measure? Yes, there is. Is there a capacity to promote equity or equality? Yes. When we talk about someone who relapses in their the so-called addiction, we do not look at them as someone who failed. We tell them it's okay, it's just a relapse. You can always come back. And it's how we work. That's how we promote this kind of compassion to our fellow colleagues or our patient. And is there a capacity to adapt to any shocks? Yes. So what Prof. Rushdie has mentioned earlier for, even though they're given a piece of land, it can be something very infertile, but when we work on it, we create more and more opportunity, and therefore we are able to transform and link our knowledge and action. So yes, I would say that what Prof. Rushdie did is very much into the sustainability development. And another thing that we need to talk about here is very dry actually, but it is so important for everyone to understand when we talk about sustainability is to know this concept of balancing the triple bottom line. We must at all costs to ensure that we look into our environment. How many of you here actually practice recycling? How many of you here, when you throw your rubbish, you throw should be in this, the biodegradable, this should be recycled? Any one of you? No one? Yeah. So we need to start doing that. So when we talk about environment, we need to start from home. We need to start from ourselves. Then we can start to work as a team. And of course, when we talk about this triple bottom line, we must also ensure that the society, the people who work or who stay in any form of the community, at the same time, we are looking at the profit. For example, like Prof. Rushdie's project, we talk about profit. But at the same time, we also talk about how to ensure that when we encroach, when we grow our project, we are still talking about how to maintain our environment. Yeah, again, this is how in some of the companies, when they actually they want to ensure that whatever project, whatever work that they do, they still maintain within the framework of this SDGs. So, which I think probably I would suggest to maybe Prof. Rushdie, because your work actually covers almost all of the 17 goals of the SDG, if you were actually to look at it in that perspective. And when we do that, then we can ensure that this will last longer, this is more sustainable, and you will be given another 100 acres of land and more money to work on if you are able to implement this. So I would like to talk a little bit on this project. Actually, was initiated in 2020. It has been like 3 years ago, and again, as a clinician, I have never heard of this living lab. I thought lab is for rats and for animals, but it turns out to be this idea, which was mooted about in 2016. We are trying to ensure that we use the university itself, the campus communities, as a way of us to work and to do a certain kind of projects and see the outcome within the campus itself. So, and briefly, this Living Lab program, it actually focused on 6 core areas. And as you can see, it's more of talking about the climate change, the water, the environment. And in my area, we talk about this change management. It's not about changing the government. It is more like changing the management on from to betterment the organization. Yeah. So and with that, SDG 3 was the focus that was given in the process of us applying for the grant. We promote the SDG 3 initiative, and then in which when we present it at the time was Prof. Sumiani, who's the chairperson for the project. We mentioned about how we would like to involve the initiatives to improve the emotional and psychological well-being of the university community. At the same time, we evaluate the potential impact of knowledge and technology that was generated from the project. Okay, so now we come to the actual work. My work at UM is an acronym for Wellness and Occupational Resilience Toolkit. Toolkit means we are actually have the making the initiative to produce a workbook, a training workbook, and that is for use by the campus communities as well. Okay, I highlighted this because I know in a lot of times, not just in Australia, I mean globally, people are talking about how much of the workplace can perpetuate, can precipitate any form of mental issues, yeah, and it can worsen the existing mental health disorders, and through demoralization and burnout, etc. But what is worrying is that a lot of this mental distress may not reach to the level of being diagnosed. And because of that, most of the time, these people will suffer in silence, and they will affect their productivity. They will have a lot of this absenteeism, even presenteeism. Yeah. So this is where we, as a team, I would like to introduce. This was like 3 years ago, where I was the project leader. And at that time, Prof. Zida, who is currently the director of UC Malaya Sustainable Development Center, UMSDC, we worked and we appointed Prof. Hatim Sulaiman. At that time, he was the head of department and as the advisor. And I have the privilege of having two very dedicated staff and PPM staff as the co-researcher. Ms. Sharvini Lekha Yuvaraj, who is the psychology officer in charge of the ACRAPS and from the CDE. And we have Mr. Karo Arif, also a psychology officer from UC Malaya Medical Center. And we have on board 4 subject matter experts, Prof. Zida, Prof. Rushdie, and we have Prof. Mahmoud. Prof. Mahmoud is actually already migrated to Netherlands. He's currently the adjunct professor in SPM-UM, but he has been working with the team. Even though he's in Netherlands, we work through online discussion and all that because he's involved with the research. And Dr. Anthony Vennings, who is also a lecturer and psychologist in Flinders University, helping us in terms of the resilience. So these are all the, I mentioned earlier, the core areas in our program. And on top of the SDG 3, we also cover the other 2 SDGs in the program. Okay, in general, why we need to have this project? So the most important is that we would like to promote a very healthy and supportive and safe and working environment in University Malaya itself, in all faculties and in every areas in the university itself. And also we would like to promote help-seeking behavior because we notice a lot of the staff or the colleagues, they were suffering in silence. Even among the medical students where I work with during my time with them, so they were having issues of trying to get help. And we wish that we would be able to establish in the University of Malaya itself the form of wellness as an integral part of management practices and policies, and having a more resilient and compassion-driven KPI. And also we would like to nurture a very conducive work culture and healthy lifestyle that is sustainable, as well as to encourage creativity, behavior, and transformation growth. So I would like to share just a little bit about our the first phase of our project, where we managed to publish a paper. We the first task was to actually to validate and to translate the Brief Resilience Skill, BRS. And during that time, it so happened that we were not prepared for COVID. But eventually, being resilient ourselves, we were able to do online weekly seminar, and that was actually been participated by almost 300 non-academic staff online. And from the result, I would say that although this is not actually too conclusive, because we have another project following this in terms of the prevalence, as you can see here that a majority of the staff who involved with this project are among the M40s and the B40s. And we thought that by working from home, it will be a lot easier for the staff. But unfortunately, this study shows that majority of them, after having to be repeatedly working from home due to the movement control order, they reportedly they're having a lot of difficulties, and it was rather stressful for them. Because even in the event in the future, if we were to have similar situation, we may need to consider whether working from home would be the best option based on this report. And in the phase 2, in the development of our training module, me, Encik Karol, Arif, and Ms. Sharwini, we managed to finally come out with a workbook, and we are in the process of finalizing, proofreading, and publishing. And these are all the materials that we gathered in coming out with this workbook. And this workbook, as I mentioned, actually it is meant to be used by the akrabs. Akrabs are actually the Rakan Pembimbing Perkhidmatan Awam. We have a total of about 73 akrabs throughout University Malaya, and these are the frontliners among the non-academic people. Some are in the academic line, but majority are the support group. So I'm not sure anyone was aware about this. So these akrab are tasked to actually to work with their colleagues whom to be suffering from mental health issues. But according to them, when we work with the akrabs, they don't have a specific module for them to work through this knowledge. And therefore, this module is actually for the to prepare the akrab members to understand the importance of mental health at work, and to develop the skill, especially to be able to conduct psychological first aid for their colleagues, and eventually to lead a group of MySoul support group for the underprivileged staff. And the content of my work can be divided into 3. We have a topic on mental health, and we have a topic on intervention, where today I'll be talking more on the self-care and the eco-spirituality. And also we have the special topics as we invited a few of the subject matter experts. So in general, this is the summary of what we did in our project, where we did research and we validate papers, we validate my work at training module. And in terms of the intervention, the akrabs would use this book for them to support. MySoul support group are the group that was created by the akrab members to help their fellow colleagues in terms of providing psychological first aid. So I will focus a little bit on the self-care and eco-spirituality, where what I did was I roped in about 10 of the selected akrabs who consented to these sessions that we will discuss shortly. Okay, eco-spirituality, when you talk about soulfulness, resilience, and sustainability, this is also, again, another model that we have to refer to because we are doing research. So just briefly, if we were to ask on how is it that for you to achieve sustainability, how do we work on the resilience? So this study found that in order for someone to achieve resilience, there need to be some kind of vulnerability in them. For example, that if they are prone to use drugs, for example, because they have a lot of issues, social issues, psychological issues. So when we work with them, then we are able to work in terms of how do they adjust to any changes that is necessary. Do they have any opportunity to change? Would they like to how to cope with any consequences when they change their behavior? So, and then we talk about the degree of vulnerability that they have for them to be involved in the so-called the activities that is not acceptable by the society. And as a result of their ability to adapt, then here comes the resilience. Then this is when they will be able to bounce back and then grow. So this is the work of what Dr. Rushdie mentioned earlier on how we look at these people when they relapses. We don't see them as failure. we see that as their way of to adapt and to adapt. And eventually, when they reach the level of adaptation, they have come to a stage where they see this as a process, where they see this that they are able to cope. And this is where we are able to sustain whatever program that we took. Okay, this is just to show that how our planet, our Earth, can easily bounce back. Yeah, as shown here, has been reported that this mountain range of Himalaya, version of Himalaya, for the last 30 years, there's no way for anyone to actually see it. After 3 weeks of MCO in India, or we call it MCO, or everyone is not allowed to go out, they can see that for the first time, they are able to see the mountains, the range of the mountain, which is about approximately 200 kilometers away. Then we can see that we can learn here how the planet, how the environment can be as resilient. So we can learn from that as well. Okay, I skip this slide. Okay, in order for us to understand what are we actually looking at, we need to holistically looking at not just the physical, not just the mental, not just occupational, but holistically, if you are looking at the 7 domains of awareness, then we will be able to achieve the sustainable outcome. Yeah. So we put up 7 domains of awareness as part of our project, and so this is the training that we conducted. We have 3 sessions of 10 akrabs, and we have Ms. Sharvini to lead. In the first session, we call it oneness with nature. We bring all of the 10 akrabs to a place we call as Rimba Ilmu. I hope some of you have been there and can actually, for the first time I was there, I've never been to such a place where it was truly, a virgin nature. So it was a beautiful experience. So we spent about half an hour there to learn on mindfulness, breathing, and in session 2 a week later, we talk about how do we work in terms of working with our domains of wellness. And in session 3, we use SMART goals. So meaning we learn the basic way of breathing technique, mindfulness, to be aware and grounding, to be aware with our nature, and then to work on our wellness. Yeah, the 7 wellness that I mentioned earlier. And the next is to learn on how do we actually maintain this, because we need goals. We can't be just going into the Rimba Ilmu, sit there and then expect us to be healthy. So when we set goals, so what we do is that we use this intervention mapping approach, whereby everyone is given a performance objectives based on the 7 wellness domains. And each one can choose either I would like to improve in my spiritual wellness. So based on SMART, I need to be a bit more specific. How do you measure it? And then how is it attainable? And is it realistic? And how long do you need for you to be achieving it? So go back to the slides. So these are the activities that we had in Rimba Ilmu. This is Dr. Yong, yeah, and these are all the akrabs who actually involved in, this is what we call as oneness with nature. And everyone took time mindfully to walk through the path in the Rimba Ilmu. So these are the group photo. As you can see here, they reached there at around 8 a.m. and it's still dark because that area is completely under the shades of a beautiful tree. So this is where we actually look at the surroundings. So I would invite everyone to go to Rimba Ilmu, and of course you need to get the permission from Dr. Yong before you go there. And of course we have our evaluation every week. We have this personal assessment dimension where everyone would look into the level of emotional wellness and the rest, and we work in terms of how much that they have achieved. And as a testimonial, we get feedbacks from a few of the akrabs in written and in verbal. One of the akrab did mention that before this, every time she came back from her leave, she would feel easily overwhelmed, especially on Monday morning. She feel like, oh my God, I have like 4 days of work that I have not done, and this triggered a lot of anxiety in me. And when she started doing this oneness with nature, and she started to feel more reserved and be able to work on the mind and on the spiritual level. And another akrab mentioned that because he used the environment wellness scale, and he felt that he scored very low in that wellness scale. And however, by being in Rimba Ilmu during the oneness with nature, he started to become more aware about his senses. The smell of the soil, the fern, there are a lot of ferns actually, and then the sound of the birds, and looking at the shades of green among the trees were totally awesome. And another participant mentioned that after the third session of Oneness with Nature, she was able to apply the SMART goals. A day before the Oneness with Nature session, she set a goal on emotional wellness. And after mindful walking for 30 minutes, she was able to quiet her mind, reorganize her thoughts, especially about her work for that particular week. Spiritually, she's able to focus more during her prayers, and her work seems to be more organized with better relationship with the colleagues, and she felt she enjoys it. So before I end my presentation, I would suggest that for if possible, any project, any programs, if we were to refer to the sustainable development model and the triple bottom line, we can actually ensure that our program would be sustainable, no doubts about it. So therefore, I would suggest this would be part of the agenda in everyone's project. So in general, in summary, so these are all the projects that we had done since 2020. We managed to actually, Dr. Kim Lee Hui is the master students who just completed, and now she's a psychiatrist. Together with Prof. Mahmoud Dani, we managed to actually validate, and we published it recently. And Encik Khairul Arif, who is a psychology officer who's going to be doing his PhD work. And we also managed to have a knowledge transfer with University Malaya Medical Center and set up a mindfulness at work and relaxation, or MAWAR. And for the My Soul support group, Ms. Sharvini would lead. And eventually we hope that by December we'll be able to publish and launch our workbook. Since we still have got a few more minutes, can I ask is it okay if I proceed for another 5 more minutes?
Yes, proceed, Prof.
Yeah. Actually, I would like to share I mean, this is totally different from what I presented. I have a few friends who actually come to me who actually express how severe depression is, and there were times they became very suicidal. When I listened to them, I felt like I don't think these people would ever have that kind of thoughts. But when it actually happened, then I realized that each one of us needs to learn to be able to listen and to be able to help these people. And so what happened to her is that she lost her father to COVID. She lost her mother to breast cancer. She's divorced by her husband because of a third party. And she almost lost her job because she's depressed. And when her employer found out, the employer told her that we don't think we could hire you further, because what if you commit suicide in our department or in the office? So, but fortunately, I wrote a report, and she's still working. And a few months ago, she has a very close friend who almost, who actually attempted to end her life. And that led to both of them to talk about suicide. And one way of what she learned is that she conveyed to me, Zoraida, if we could convey the message from all means, can we convey it through music? So her friend actually shared a video clips. I've never heard that before, but when she actually posted it to me, I told the organizing committee, can I actually share this with the audience? Because there is a message in that song that depicts a woman who struggled with depression. And if we find that music can help to actually convey messages, then why not? So I would like to ask the permission. Is it okay? And yeah.
Yes, sure, Prof.
Okay, so this is actually a song, I don't know, I looked through the internet, it's like 13 years ago song, and it called Run. The singer is Leona Lewis. Pardon me with her, the way she dressed up, well, probably somebody may not like it, but when you listen to the lyrics, it actually talk about someone who would wish that we listen, we talk, yeah, and to provide some light to them, and yeah, I hope you you'll be able to. So how do I start this? Is there? It's not there.
I'll sing it one last time for you. Then we really have to go. You've been the only thing that's right in our lifetime, and I can barely look at you, but every single time I do, I know we'll make it anywhere away from here. Light up, as if you have a choice, even if you cannot hear my voice. I'll be right beside you, dear. To think I might not see those eyes makes it so hard not to cry. And as we say our long goodbyes, I nearly do. Light up,
Okay, so how do I get out from here? Yeah, so basically when we actually talk about mental health, it's best that we be the person who help rather than be the person who cause more issues. So with that, I hope that my topic on sustainability would be, yeah, my topic on sustainability would be applicable to every one of us, especially if we're talking about research and development. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Zuraida, for your interesting talk on mental health. I would like to open for Q&A section. Any questions? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah.
Honorable to the speaker, Dr. Zuraida. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Amel. I am one doctoral student, Public Health University, Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, Sulawesi.
Welcome.
It is great information, holistic information about the mental health stress. According to you, can you give me the real example? What is the role of Malaya University to reducing stress or enhancing mental health for all students who taking student in this university? So we can implement it, your information as doctoral student who having high level stress because too many examination that we must face it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's a global issues. I've worked the last 3 years with a medical student, and in fact, in America, they already have the system called Medical Students Wellness Program. And in that program, what we do is that basically we empower the medical students and to be led by the Department of Psychological Medicine. For what we did in this program is actually we conduct programs in which we empower the students to learn on psychological first aid, PFA. Yeah. So I think the first thing that we need to know is that PFA is meant for everyone, anyone who wish to offer help. Yeah. So if you would like to get this on board, so try to get a group of students led by any of the academic staff or any of the mental health expert, can be psychologists or counselors, and to work on this program called psychological first aid. So when we because under PFA there is already a knowledge on mental health, common mental health among medical students or students, and then any skills, for example, how to listen and how to observe and where to get help. That is very important. Yeah, that is to link. Yeah, so this is the main component, and at the same time, promotion is so important. And please, because students, they are very afraid if they are seen in the psychiatric clinic, then they are very afraid about their future, about what the friends said. So please ensure that when you want to have this kind of program, you would like to work with probably counselors and psychologists rather than with psychiatrists, because the stigma is very, very strong. And then have this kind of program where you incorporate psychological first aid, and to have each one to work. Like in this program I created this My Soul support group, where the ACRAB who has been trained will gather as many of the other colleagues who needs help, especially the B40s and the M40s. Yeah, so financial issues is a great burden. So the first thing is to get people to work on this psychological first aid, and then to start have a few groups who can actually become like a trainee, a peer support group system. Yeah,
Thank you, Dr. Murray. I just a simple question, maybe. I just want to ask about this preventive program approach. Can it be used for our group as a housewife?
Housewife?
This preventive program can use to us such as a housewife or age group, other age group.
Okay. In this sample, why we use ACRAP is that we already have existing a set of population who are actually the frontliner in the non-clinical side. In hospital is different. So this concept can also be used in other organization. Even like for example, in a kawasan perumahan, for example, they have a group of the women's, the suri rumah tangga, for example. If they would like to have a group, again back to this skill on psychological first aid. So we can work together with those in that vicinity to have the mental health expert to come in and to do the training, and each group would have this support system. And it can be anyone. It can be anyone who are who are housewives, who can be anyone who is working. So in that particular community, it is a community setting. I hope I answer your question. Yeah.
Any more questions from the floor? Okay. Thank
Okay.
you again to Dr. Zuraida.
Thank you.
Give a big applause to Dr. Zuraida. Okay, to all of the audience, please stay tuned with us. We're going to about to kick off our main event for today around 12:30 for the opening ceremony of UM Health Academic Month and Research Carnival 2023. So we will start the event on 12:30. Thank you.
testing.
Test. Test. Announcing the arrival. Okay. Ni siapa taruh? Oh ni diorang taruh. Ni siapa punya?
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for joining us here today at the opening ceremony for the Health Academia Month and Research Carnival 2023. I'm Fazrul Razif.
And I'm Hui Min.
And together we will be your MCs for the event today.
Yeah, so I would like to invite all the guests to be seated as our ceremony will begin shortly. So several housekeeping rules before the event officially begins. We would be most grateful if you could turn your phones into silent mode. We would like to ask everyone to rise when we welcome the arrival of our guest of honor and remain standing until after the national anthem and University Malaya song have been played. Thank you.
All right, so just sit back and chill and wait till we reappear back on stage. Sound chart. All right, everybody. We would like to please request that we all rise as we welcome the arrival of our Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation, University Malaya, and our Dean of Faculty of Medicine, as well as Deputy Dean of Research into the hall.
We would like to invite the guests of honor and audience to remain standing as we will commence this event with the national anthem followed by our University Malaya song.
Thank you, everybody. Please be seated.
We are thrilled to kickstart the 2023 Health Academia Month and Research Carnival. We would like to extend our warmest welcome to our Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation, Professor IR Dr. Shaliza Ibrahim, the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Professor Dr. April Kamila Roslani, the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Dr. Hasniza Zaman Huri, Chief Executive Officer of Specialist Center, Puan Norzaitun Sanusi, the Deputy Dean of Research, Faculty of Medicine, Professor Sanjay Rampal, and the Deputy Dean of Research, Faculty of Dentistry, Professor Noor Adinar binti Baharuddin, all heads of departments, distinguished guests, professors, doctors, ladies and gentlemen who are joining our opening ceremony today.
All right, without further ado, we would like to invite Professor April Kamila Roslani, Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, to give her welcome address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Berusaha, Professor Engineer Dr. Shaliza Ibrahim, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, University Malaya. Yang Berusaha, Professor Dr. Hasniza Zaman Huri, Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy. Yang Berusaha, Professor Siti Adiba, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, University Malaya. Yang Berusaha, Professor Zulkifli Abu Bakar, who is the Deputy Director for University Malaya Medical Center, and Puan Norzaitan Sanusi, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Specialist Center. Distinguished guests, Faculty of Medicine Management, Heads of Department, dedicated researchers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, it gives me great pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you as we inaugurate the Health Academia Month and Research Carnival for the year 2023. This year's event marks many firsts. This is the first time we have formally integrated our annual Research Carnival into Academia Month. It is also the first time that Faculty of Medicine has organized it under the umbrella of Health, bringing together its 5 entities, the faculties of medicine, dentistry, and pharmacy, as well as our 2 hospitals, University Malaya Medical Center and University Malaya Specialist Center. The healthy collaboration with Health is the bedrock for our success in delivering progressive academic programs and producing impactful research. This goal of this symbiosis is reflected in our theme for this year's event, Serving the Nation through Research and Academic Excellence, which resonates deeply with the core values and aspirations that define our institution. This theme embodies our unwavering commitment to advancing knowledge, improving healthcare, and making a lasting impact on society. Ladies and gentlemen, to us, here at Health, research and academic excellence are not mere words, but are the guiding principles that shape our endeavors. We believe that knowledge is not an end in itself, but a powerful tool for transformation. It is a force which can be harnessed to drive innovation, improve quality of life, and contribute to the well-being of our nation and beyond. Throughout the course of this month-long celebration, we will showcase the remarkable work of Health's staff and students. Their dedication to pushing the boundaries of human understanding, solving complex challenges, and making groundbreaking discoveries is truly inspiring. Together, they embody the spirit of academic excellence that defines us as an institution. And I'm also happy to see in the audience many potentially future generations of academics. And I welcome you to Faculty of Medicine. However, let us not forget that excellence is a journey, not a destination. As we embark on this month of intellectual exploration, let us be reminded that to truly serve our nation, we must continually evolve ourselves, effecting meaningful research and delivering innovative programs that meet the nation's needs. Therefore, I encourage you to immerse yourselves in the activities, discussions, and presentations that will take place this month. Engage with the brilliant minds that surround you, share your insights, and be open to new perspectives. Be part of the creative academic incubator that is Health. In closing, I would like to thank Professor Shaliza for taking time from her very, very busy schedule to officiate today's event. I would also like to express my gratitude to everyone who has worked tirelessly to organize this event. Your dedication and passion are the driving forces behind the success of Health Academia Month and Research Carnival. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, to connect, and to inspire one another. With that, thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful day.
Thank you very much, Prof. April. Next, I would like to invite Professor IR Dr. Shaliza Ibrahim, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Research and Innovation, to give her opening speech. Please welcome Professor Shaliza.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. April Kamila Roslani, Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Universiti Malaya. Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Hasniza Zamanhuri, Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universiti Malaya. Puan Nur Zaitun Sanusi, Chief Executive Officer, Specialist Centre. Yang berusaha Profesor Zulkifli, Deputy Director of the UMMC. Prof. Sanjay Rampal, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Prof. Siti Adibah, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Dentistry, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, Deputy Deans, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. It is with immense pleasure and excitement that I am here today to officiate the opening of the Health Academia Month and Research Carnival for 2023. This event is a celebration of the intellectual curiosity, innovation, and our collective commitment to the advancing research and academic excellence. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in putting together this remarkable event. Their dedication and vision have brought us here today, and it is truly inspiring. The theme for this year's carnival, Serving the Nation Through Research and Academic Excellence, is a powerful call to action. It emphasizes the of our society. Research and innovation are not just academic pursuits. They are pathways to positive change and progress. They are the bridges that connect the world of ideas and the real-world challenges that we face. In Universiti Malaya, research and innovation are embedded in our DNA. we are not content with merely observing the world. We actively engage with it, seeking solutions to complex problems and expanding the boundaries of human knowledge. Our researchers, students, and faculty members have consistently demonstrated their commitment to excellence, and this carnival is a testament to their hard work and dedication. During this month-long celebration, we have the opportunity to showcase our most exciting and impactful research endeavors. It is time for us to again come together to share our findings, to engage in meaningful discussions, and to foster collaboration that knows no boundaries. The presentations, exhibitions, and conversations that will unfold in the coming days will serve as a reminder of the transformative power of research. I encourage all of you, regardless of your role or discipline, to actively participate in this carnival. Engage in the exchange of ideas, challenge conventional thinking, and explore the possibilities that lie ahead. It is through these interactions that we create the fertile ground for innovation to flourish. As Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Research and Innovation, I'm committed to supporting and nurturing our research community. I firmly believe that it is through collaboration and a relentless pursuit of excellence that we can truly make a difference, not only in the academic world, but also in society at large. In conclusion, let us embrace this opportunity with enthusiasm and a sense of purpose. Let us use this event as a platform to not only showcase our achievements, but also to inspire and be inspired by the incredible talent that surrounds us. With that, I officially declare the Health Academia Month and Research Carnival for 2023 open. May this carnival be a beacon of innovation, a catalyst for positive change, and a celebration of the remarkable contributions that our university makes to serve our nation through research and academic excellence. Thank you, and let the festivities begin.
Thank you so much, Professor Shaliza. Now we would like to invite Professor Shaliza to officially open the 2023 Health Academia Month and Research Carnival, accompanied by Prof. April and Prof. Sanjay. We have our opening gimmick there, located on the right side of the stage.
Thank you. So as we continue with our program, we would like to invite Professor Shaliza to come on the stage. We would like to honor and acknowledge the brilliant minds that have excelled in the Recycle Innovation Challenge. So I'm delighted to invite Professor Shaliza to present the prizes to our winners. So the first consolation prize goes to Mystica Fantasy D. Please come on the stage.
Please come up on stage. All right, give them a big round of applause. Great work, Mystical Fantasy D.
Thank you, and congratulations to Fantasy D. So next, our second constellation prize goes to Remix and Reuse.
All right, now we're going to announce the top 3 prizes. Kids, are we ready? Are you ready? All right, are we ready? Yes, there you go. All right, the winner of the third prize goes to Fresh Waves by the Creative Thinker. Thank you so much. I can already see the kids, the top 2s. They're like, oh my God, am I going to win? All right. Okay, we will know who the winner is, okay? So, the winner of the second place goes to the Mummy, which means our champion is New Gen. So, can we get the second place to come up first to collect their prizes? All right, and can we get our champions? Let's go! New Gen, come up on stage.
Woo! Congratulations.
All right, big congratulations to all the winners. Can we give them another big round of applause? I know it might be a bit of a squeeze, but can we invite everyone, all the winners, to please come up on stage and take one big group photo together? Come on, all teams, all 5 teams, come down. Yeah? Find the best position, first come, first serve. Big smiles.
Well done, and congratulations.
Just so we know, the winner, New Gen, is from SK Convent Klang. All the way there. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our event for today. I would like to invite Professor April to present a token of appreciation to Professor Shaliza. Thank you, Prof. April and Prof. Shaliza.
We would like to extend our appreciation to all of you for joining us today. We do have an exciting lineup of events over the next 5 days, and we hope you have the time or find time to immerse yourself with the talks, with the forums, and with the workshops. Oh. Sorry, I'm so sorry. The gifts is here. I thought it was presented already. I saw a basket. My bad. I apologize.
More presents. Thank you. So we extend a warm invitation to all of you to join us for our closing ceremony and Faculty of Medicine Research Appreciation and Award Ceremony this Friday at 11 a.m. We look forward to sharing these special moments with you.
Yes, as I was mentioning, we have an exciting lineup. Now, let me repeat myself. We have an exciting lineup of events for over the next 5 days. We hope you find time to immerse yourself with the talks and forums and workshops as well. So, have a great week ahead, everybody. Thank you so much.
See you all again. Thank you very much. So for all the audience, please join us for our today's lunch talk later at 1 o'clock in the same hall. So the lunch talk topic is Beyond the Microscope, Electron Microscopy Advancement in Medical Science by High-Tech Instruments. So you can collect your food pack in the cube. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Sorry all, we have some technical issues. We need the music to be off, but the technical team, yeah, is coming on the way. Just hold on, sorry. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the lunch talk by High Tech Instruments Sri Berhad. So it's a pleasure to have you all here. Let me introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Lim. Yeah. Dr. Lim is a senior application specialist at High Tech Instruments Sdn Bhd. She focuses on developing and applying cutting-edge microscopy techniques and technologies for life science research. She possesses extensive expertise in a range of microscopy techniques, including scanning electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, micron X-ray microscopy, and confocal laser scanning microscopy, as well as sample preparation technique for all these techniques. Yeah? With a PhD in neuroscience from Monash University and over 10 years of experience in microscopy research, Dr. Lim has published a multitude of papers in prestigious journals, with a focus on research areas such as modulation of gut microbiota, brain axis, and neural migrations, regenerations. So without further ado, please join us to welcome Dr. Lim.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Liu, for the kind introduction, and thank you for your attendance and your time. Okay, so today, basically, I would like to share something about electron microscope. And as we all know, electron microscope, we are mainly focusing on imaging And what we are expecting from an electron microscope basically just a black and white image. So for today, like what the title says, I would like to share with you something else that electron microscope can do that will be beneficial for medical research as well as diagnosis purpose. Okay, first, before I go into the main topic, I would like to briefly introduce what is an electron microscope. So for electron microscope, basically it comes with two types. This is two basic types of electron microscope that you will see. So one is going to be the TEM. Okay, so you can see here we have TEM as well as SEM. So these are some of the older models. Okay, so what does this So what are the major functions of these two types of electron microscope? As you can see here for the TEM itself, it basically has a high accelerating voltage. It's actively used for interior observation, like you have a specimen itself and you're looking at the interior information of the specimen itself. And what it needs, normally you need to prepare ultra thin or the thin type of specimen. Whereas for scanning electron microscope, we are utilizing a lower accelerating voltage. So if you compare to TEM itself, SEM normally we will have a range between 20 to 30 kV of accelerating voltage. Whereas for TEM, it can goes up to 300 kV, like 120, 200 to 300 kV types of accelerating voltage. That is because for SEM itself, for this type, for lower kV, basically we are focusing on the surface imaging, surface observation. Whereas for the TM, with the high accelerating voltage, it will be helpful to penetrate through the thin specimen itself, and we can get the information of the interior part of the specimen. So you can see here, as you can see from this, is the specimen, which is a rat small intestine. So this is the side view. This is a side cross-section, sagittal sections of rat small intestine. And this is what you can see, that all the microvilli that are arranging in this direction. Okay, this is what we can see from a SEM, and this is what we can see from a TEM. And if we change to another direction from the top view, if we cut the intestine in, like this is all the microvilli, and we cut in this direction, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see all these circles, which is the being cut from this direction. And from the SEM itself, this is a top view of the microvilli that we're going to see. Okay. So there are a lot of signals that you can capture, you can obtain from a SEM and also a TEM. Whenever it's interacting with the electron microscope, when it's projected, the electron projected on the specimen itself, a lot of signals will be producing. And the most commonly typed of signals that will be collected, for SEM, we are focusing on these two types, the secondary electron and also the backscattered electron. So for secondary electron, or we normally call it as a SE signal, so it is, what we're getting is a surface morphology of the surface information of the specimen. Whereas for the backscattered electron, it is looking at the compositional contrast. Like let's say if we have a metal and we have a carbon, so under the BSE signal, we can see the metal which is with a higher or a brighter signals compared to the carbon itself. So that's the beauty of having this BSE signal. And of course, not to forget the TM itself. So as what I have mentioned, the TM is when the accelerating voltage is actually transmitted through the specimen itself, and the signals that being collected, transmitted through and then collected. So this is what we call it as this transmitted electron. And we're going to get it as a TM image itself. So for medical research and diagnosis, definitely we will need a diagnostic TM. So first of all, I would like to talk about this worldwide issue. So ever since 40 years, WHO has reported that there are over 40 types of unknown type of infectious disease that going around the whole world. So like for past 3 years, 2019, 2020, we have just gone through a COVID-19 and other new types of a virus. So, and WHO has already mentioned that the new type of emerging infectious disease is going to happen even more and more frequent and more contagious. That's why it's a must for us to have a diagnostic TM. The reason being is for our diagnostic TM itself, we can identify the virus, even the bacteria, in a very fast manner. So some people might have a queries that might say, by utilizing a PCR or ELISA, we can get the job done much easier. However, before we have all this information, like primer to design for a PCR, so what kind of antibody, what kind of antigen to design as an ELISA, before we have all this information, we need to have a brief or at least some background information of the type of the virus and also the bacteria that we are encountering. And of course, based on the symptom that being developed by the disease itself, we could have an idea. But by utilizing this imaging tool, we can have an even better idea. By looking at the shape, the morphology of the virus and the bacteria itself, we can have like, okay, this belongs to which family, which type of group of virus. So as what you can see here, for Nipah virus was first identified on a CSF during the outbreak of the encephalitis in Malaysia, and also in Singapore in 1999, and also SARS in Hong Kong and southern China in 2003. So this is going to be useful to first identify all this outbreak. Okay, so advantages of having a TM in diagnosis is as below. So first is going to have a rapid diagnosis. We can shorten the classical lab routine like doing serum checking, doing CT scan, MRI scan, all sort of classical lab routine. And we can also do a catch-all principle. So we can recognize or we can capture all the unknown agent that we can actually see on the serum or on the lesion itself. As long as it's liquid base, we can easily drop it on the TM grid and stain it, dry it, and it's ready to be viewed under the TM. So it's very fast, and we can do it in a short period of time. Okay, so for the requirement, it's easy. Maybe for the old time, TM has come with a lot of limitation in terms of the operation. It's quite complicated to do all the alignments, beam alignment, and even to look for the virus itself under the binocular. The eyespace is quite torturous and it's not easy to operate. But with the technology nowadays, everything, I would say almost like 70 to 80% of the operation has been in an automated mode, and it has been incorporated with a lot of AI technology. So the overall process is simplified and much more easier to operate. So let's come to some of the applications that I would like to share today. So for the first, I would like to focus on the rapid, how fast we can do imaging, okay? So basically for diagnosis purpose, we are looking at mainly virus, bacterial infection, and even some of the biopsy sample with some changes on the ultrastructure of the organelle. So for this one, you can see here is a negative stain adenovirus, okay? So you can see this is being captured with 15 times of magnification, and this is 40 times of magnification. So you can see the capsids and the shapes, details of the adenovirus very well. And to get this kind of sample ready to be viewed is very straightforward if you have a good sample collected. Okay, this is on a viral cell, because sometimes we will need, like, let's say we have collected some of the biopsy on the infected organelle or infected tissue itself. We will normally collect the biopsy, collect the tissue, and then after undergoing different series of sample preparation, it will be to produce this ultra thin sections itself. And from there, we can further identify Like, for example, what you can see here, after zooming in of this overall cell, you can see the clump of adenovirus that actually focus on this area. So it's actually present in the nuclear region of this viral cell. So with TM, with the help TM, you can even further zoom in. So you can see the size and the distribution, the shape of the adenovirus, the presence of this adenovirus in this viral cell. Okay, so this is a standard protocol to prepare for a TM ultra-thin. So I believe we have expert here in preparing different kind of EM sample in UM. So this is going to be the standard protocol. So we're going to start with multiple fixation with aldehydes, with osmium tetraoxides. Then sometimes we will do contrasting with UA. To be highlighted is that UA has been banned in Malaysia. Okay, we need to dehydrate the samples with different solvents and then resin infiltration, embedding, then come to sectioning. After sectioning, we will still need to do another contrasting staining as well before it's ready for imaging. So it's a long process. Okay, so for the next part, I would like to share with you what kind of technologies that are available whereby it can even improve and make the whole process even smoother. So for Hitachi itself, it has come with a design. We call it as a dual gap or double gap objective lens. So this objective lens, it has, how do you call that? This dual gap objective lens, it comes with two major functions. What you can see here, we can see a HC mode, which is meant for high contrast, and another one will be high resolution mode, HR mode. So these two functions, basically you can find it in a single TM. So for a normal or conventional design type of TM, you might see HC in one TM and HR with another TM. So now the patented this new design itself, it has combined both of these objective lens in a single TM. So what's so special about this objective lens is that under a HC mode, high contrast mode, it has modified a little bit on the mini lens. So it's being excited at the same polarity with the upper lens. So it's actually producing a longer focal length. With this longer focal length, we can get two advantages. One is that we can achieve higher contrast. So when we have higher contrast means that a lot of staining process that we have seen just now, the standard protocol, can be eliminated or can be shortened. Okay, that's the first advantage. And the second one will be we can use for a wider area observation. So for the last time, for the conventional design of TM, the grid that you have alluded in, I would say for the minimum observation area that you can see, maybe it's like about few hundred micron. But for this wide area observation, you actually can see the whole TM grid. So the whole TM grid is diameter is 3 mm. So after you minus all the border, it's about 2 mm. So by using this HC mode, basically you can see the whole area of 2 mm being captured and viewed under the TM cell. So it allows a wider area of observation. Whereas for HR mode, so again, it's just slightly change the direction of the mini lens again so that it can generate a shorter focal length. So when we have a shorter focal length means that we have a wider geometrical magnification. So in that sense itself, we are able to produce a higher resolution imaging by using a HR. So by switching between a HC and a HR mode, it just requires a single click. Okay, so from here you can see this HC mode. As you can see here, this is a sciatic nerve, and something to highlight here is an unstained section, and yet we can see a very high contrast of every single myelin sheet of this sciatic nerve. And for this is we capture using HR mode, high resolution mode, so that we can see the details, the surface, and even the capsids of the bacteria, of the virus itself. Okay, so these are some of the examples that we have captured in our TM in our office itself. So this is an adenovirus, so up to 100,000 times, 300,000 times. So basically you can get everything under one view. And this is a coronavirus imaging. So you can see the spike here clearly. Okay. More examples, you can see rotavirus. And also the hepatitis B here. This is a viral-like particle. It's not the real virus itself. So, and this is what I meant by the high contrast. So even though it's unstained, but under the low mag, basically you can see the distribution of the whole section. And from here, you can easily, with the high contrast, you can easily spot to the area of interest. Okay, so we come back again to this standard preparation for the TM imaging. And what I want to highlight is that by using this high contrast mode, we can actually remove the steps of doing the staining. Okay, this will contribute to the following advantages because of removing the unstained observation. First, definitely it's cut down the time for us to do the sample preparation. So it allows a rapid diagnosis. So it makes the whole sample preparation much more simple. We reduce the toxic substances that are being used, like the UA and the lacetrate. So, and also sometimes if you overstain them, especially the membrane, and for some of the research, we are supposed to measure the thickness of the membrane. If you overstain them, basically we are going to have the misleading info. So we thought that it's a thicker membrane because of this treatment, but it actually is because of an overstain of this contrasting agent. Okay, so another advantage is to avoid common contamination due to formation of the lead carbonate precipitate and also the crystalline uranyl acetate. Okay, so this part I'm mainly showing you how well is this high contrast mode, what are, how contrast it can be. So all the examples that I'm going to show below is unstained, and you can see of the high contrast itself. So this is unstained mouse kidney. So this is one of the region. Another region, so you can see the high contrast. Even by increasing the magnification, so you can still see all this very thin membrane. For example, this slit membrane clearly. Okay, even though without the contrasting, because for all this membrane, usually will require help from the contrasting agent to stain it in order for us to see the membrane clearly. Okay, so of course we can use it to do to be involved in some diagnosis, some disease diagnosis. For example, this is thickening of the glomerular basal membrane. So thickening of the membrane of this glomerular basal membrane is quite commonly found in a diabetes patient. So we can have this thickening part of the GBM. So this is another example. We also do it in our in-house. So this is, we get it from the myocardial tissue. So we can see all the lines, all the myofibrils clearly. So again, this is an unstained sample. And we can get the sciatic nerve. And this is a swine coronavirus. So you can see this is lower mag, this is higher mag, and you can see the distribution of all the coronavirus. And the cross-section, you can see the bilipid layer of the membrane of this coronavirus. Okay, so so you can see here by having the HC mode and we further lower the KV itself, we can it can actually reveal more information. Like what you can see here, 80 kV and also 20 kV. So some of the information you will actually see it more clearly when you lower the accelerating voltage. So sometimes we might be misled that by increase the kV, we'll get a higher resolution, a better resolution. But sometimes because the contrast itself will carry a lot of information, and we lower the kV, we will see much more information. Yeah. Okay, so this is another accessory that we can attach to a TM. We call it a stamp detector. And for stamp itself, it's very good for tick specimen. So this is a bacteria, and it is without cutting or sectioning. So it's a whole bacteria itself. You just dilute with the buffer, and they drip on the TM grid itself. And of course, you have the do staining. This have your do staining, and you can see all the details. And you can see all this flagella itself. You might not able to see it by using optical microscope because it's too fine. Yeah, so you require help of this SEM or even TM to get all this information. So more examples. This is Salmonella, and you can see the flagella. So you can see the spiral shape of the flagella itself. And we can also do immunogo labeling. On the flagella itself, you can see the black dot, which is coming from the immunogo. And another advantage of having this stamp, we can always integrate with EDX. And what this EDX do is that it can do element identification. So for a biological specimen, like if you would like to detect, for example, this is an asbestos sample, or you would like to have detect some heavy metal, it's going to be a very useful attachment to identifying different kind of material. Okay, so next I would like to move on to a 3D. So we have talked about all the different morphological diagnosis. So next we move on to the 3D structures. So for the 3D structure, I would say is very important because what we see from a TM image is always projected as a 2D. So you were not able to identify whether this is actually coming first, which order is it? Is it coming from before A or after A? So by having this 3D analysis, basically you can identify which exactly this organelle located. Okay, so for example, this is a schematic drawing. So you can see that this blue and the red here. So from here, what we normally see is the 2D image like this. Whether we have the red before the blue or whether we have the blue before the red is always a mystery from a 2D image. But because what we see is just everything superimposed. That's why we will need help from this 3D analysis. So we have two types for TM. One we call it as a volumetric microscopy. Another type we just TM tomography itself. So for volumetric microscopy, we will call it as the array tomography. So what we need to do is we need to collect serial of sections, a lot of sections, and then we capture them and stack all of them together into one stack by utilizing the software. We all compile it together and we do segmentation and we're able to obtain the information in a 3D form. So this is an example. So this is the grid holder. You see there are 3 grid holders, and each of the holder here can actually hold up to tens of sections, ultra thin sections. Like what you can see here, one thin layer here is one single ultra thin sections. So it can collect tens of sections. So with the automated function from the TM cell, we can do automatic image acquisition. You just need to select the area of interest, and then you just press start, and then the software will do all the capturing for you. So after you capture everything, like what you can see here, like the first section up to 113 sections, okay, it will just section collected with the image itself, and then you can utilizing a 3D reconstruction software to all merge together, and you draw the region of interest that you would like to analyze further. So for example, the magenta will be the cell wall, and also the green is the cytoplasm. So from there, basically you can further have a look the overall 3D of the whole piece of the tissue. So, okay, I have a video here, which is a mouse brain slices array tomography. So you can see this is a whole piece of the tissue, mouse brain tissue, and we stack all of them together. And of course, we can highlight or segmented the region of interest. For this case, it's a whole neuron here. And we can also get all the internal information of this neuron itself. So this is what array tomography can provide. Okay. So another way of doing 3D is we have this single slice of your specimen, but we can cut it thicker, slightly thicker, because normally we will cut it like about 60, 70 nanometer. But for this case, we can cut it up to like 100, 150 nanometer thick. And within that thickness, we can actually get a lot of ultra, even up to nano structural information. So what it does for this is to tilt the specimen. So the specimen will be located on top of the grid holder, and then we're going to tilt it. So normally we'll tilt it to about 60 to 70 degree, because anything above the 60 and 70 degree will contribute to a lot of artifact, a lot of blurry data, which is not usable. That's why we always tilt until like about 60 to 70 degree. So during each tilting angle, we're going to get this projection, the back projection, the shadow itself, okay? Then we're going to do the reconstruction. So this is in theory. So this is what we're going to get by tilting it to 60 to 70 degree. So meaning that we still have a missing information, the 20 to 30 degree. So after we get the 60 to 70 degree. Okay, and this missing information here will contribute to all these missing wedges, okay, the blurry data. Like what you can see, what we're expecting is something like this, and what we're getting is something like this. So this part is really creating a lot of headache and a lot of uncertainties as well. That's why we have a patented algorithm to correct this information, this missing information. Like what you can see here, we have 3 types of algorithms. So we have WBP, SRT, and also a TBRT itself. So you can see the differences. So WBP and SRT, especially when they tilt to a 90 degree, you can see there's a lot of missing information, very blurred information. Where for TBRT, you can still get a very sharp edges, even though it's being tilted to 90 degree. So this is another example. So this is a human lymph node with a thickness of 0.5 micron. Okay. So you can see the differences between 2 algorithms, TBR and also WBP. So clearly you can see the differences between these 2 types of algorithm used. So for TBR, it has clearly resolved the problem of the missing information of the 20 to 30 degrees. Okay, so more examples. This is a rotavirus. So you can see the spikes and the isohedral structures of the rotavirus. And this one is my favorite, T4 fudge. So you can see the structures, the head, the body, the spikes clearly in this 3D tomography reconstruction. Okay. So next I move on to correlative light electron microscope. Okay, so what this do is that, or we call it correlative light electron microscope, we also call it as CLAMP. So what this contribute is mainly to correlate the information that you obtain from optical microscope and correlate it with electron microscope. So for example, like for pathologists, they're normally utilizing a H&E to do the staining of the biopsy. And then from there, they would like, let's say they have a limitation when they try to look at the ultrastructure of the tissue itself by using a light microscope, and they would like to further zoom it in, so they will need help from the TM. But how do they correlate the information that already taken from H&E, from optical? How can they correlate with TM? Is that they can use this software, we call it as a CLAMP. So this software, what you need to do is you have the light microscope image, and then you import into the software itself. And the software will correlate whatever that you see from the TM. So for example, I have a video here. So you can see here, this is what is imported, and it's stained with toluidine blue. And this is what we see low mag via TM. So this is a region of interest. And we just ask the software to look for the similar region. So it has match, and you can further zoom in from this this magnification. You can further zoom in and then get things, ultrastructures that you would like to see, would like to investigate more. Okay, because by using light microscope, it's impossible for you to see clear things like this, right? Ribosome, mitochondria, or mitochondria maybe yes, but for Golgi is definitely require magnification or helps from a TM or SEM. Okay, so apart from light microscope, we can also correlate between a fluorescent capture image or confocal capture image with the TM. Okay, it's just that we require a few more steps so that you can do embed it into the resin, and then you stain them, you get the region of interest, you capture it, and then you submit to a TM, and then you correlate the image itself. Okay, so this is one example to correlate between the fluorescent and also a TM image. Okay, so next, we'd like to share about the native conformation studies. So this is what we call as a cryo-TM. So for information, TM can also have another accessory or attachment. We call it as a cryo holder. But of course, there is a complete setup where we call it as a whole thing is a cryo-TM. Okay, so for this cryo-TM, it comes with pros and cons. In terms of pros, definitely we'll see that it allows us to have a native examination. So because for the sample prep that we have gone through, it requires a lot of fixation, a lot of dehydration. So all these processes basically will destroy some of the structure, the native structure of the specimen itself. So by having cryo itself, meaning we can minimize all this by freezing the specimen itself. However, the cons is that it's very complicated to prepare this kind of sample. So as you can see, one cons is that it's going to have very low signal over noise ratio. That's why you need to have very sensitive, very good camera. And it's during sample preparation itself, it's very critical. You need to make sure that there is no cubic ice that being trapped, or else it's going to affect the imaging itself. Okay, and you have to make sure that your sample is not beam sensitive as well. Okay, so it comes with a lot of limitation. Okay, so this is some of the examples. Okay, this is the cryo holder where the liquid nitrogen will be filled up here. Okay, it can go up to 100 and minus negative 175. So this is a liposome, which is embedded in the liquid itself. So you can see all this liposome in intact form. And more examples. So for this type of liposome, it has already been injected with some drugs in it. Okay, so for liposome, I believe for those that studying liposome or lipid or microcapsulated or micro liquid type of specimen, you will have this problem. Whenever you want to see under TM or even SEM, the high vacuum itself is going to burst your sample. So this will be a solution by using a cryo. Okay, so the last application I would like to share today is the in situ observation in liquid. So earlier we are talking about cryo, and now we are talking about liquid. Okay, of course, it's good to have liquid, everything in liquid, which means that it is unmodified, nothing modified, no freezing, no staining, no chemical treatment. However, the cons is that it's actually compensated with the resolution itself. Because it comes with liquid, definitely we have to compensate it by losing some of the resolution. Okay. So we have this kit, okay, this kind of kit itself, where you can you can suck the specimen in liquid. So we're going to seal this part and load it on the TM grid itself. And from here, you can load into the TM for further observation. Because for your information, the TM column is in high vacuum, so for whatever liquid is going to be sucked out, it's going to spoil the whole column itself if there is any liquid being trapped into the column. So you can see the differences between the dry and the liquid cell itself. So for the dry conventional method, this is a sample of a latex. So under dry condition, you can see all the latex particle is being clumped together. Whereas under liquid condition, they are well segregated. So the morphology that you can see is totally different. However, another thing that you might see is that under dry condition, you can see high signal over noise ratio. Whereas for the care kit, for the liquid cell itself, you can see the resolution is poor, and also the signal over noise ratio is poorer as well. So it's like a give and take processing. So this is interesting project, a research. What they're doing is they are looking at the platelet granule. And before that, they actually stain the platelet granule with nanogold. So whenever they detect there is a black dot, which is a 6 nanometer, they can confirm it. And they can confirm it is a nanogold particle. And at the same time, they can confirm that this particle is a platelet granule. So this whole thing is in situ in the liquid. Whole thing is liquid. And this is also another research. So what they do is they inject the mice into the bloodstream of the mice with nanoparticle, and then later on they actually extract or to get some blood out from the animal itself, and they do counting of the nanoparticles. So they found it to be similar to quantification method of using ICP-MS. So it again shows that the reliability of this liquid cell is, if you are not so critical in terms of the resolution of the image, but this is a good method for you to see the presence of these nanoparticles by using in situ method like this. Okay, that's all I would like to share today. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. I would like to open for Q&A session. Any questions from the floor? No one?
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you very much for the clear presentation. So earlier in the earlier parts of your presentations, you mentioned that there's no staining needed, right, for this TEM. And if let's say the researcher still would like to go for staining, can this machine or can this method be used?
Yeah, of course, it can still be used.
Will it compensate with the efficiency of the quality of the image, or it will make it better, or?
It would definitely better, because in the system itself, we have the auto brightness adjustment itself. So if you have low contrast, overall low contrast, definitely this software will help to push to the higher level of this auto contrast and brightness control. If you already have optimum contrast, then it will just go back to the normal level. Yeah, it's no problem, definitely.
Okay, this follow up with questions that you mentioned about the overstaining. So,
yep.
So is this method would be good if let's say they can adjust, or they can make the overstained slides projected in a better way, or overstaining is not, I would say. This is just some question in mind that whether this machine is suitable for those overstained slides.
As far as I know, if you overstain your sample, meaning that the let's say we are talking about the myelin sheet, if you overstain them, like let's say the single layer of it under normal condition, maybe it's about like, let's say 10 nanometer thickness, but if you overstain itself, it's already become 20 nanometer. So no matter how you do it, you will still get the 20 nanometer. That's why we will encourage to start without staining, to look at the original thickness. And then you can, what we normally advise is to minimize the contrasting time or even the percentage itself. We can, because the standard protocol of doing contrasting agent normally start with 2%, so we can cut down to maybe 1% or even 0.5%. So for this instrument, I have tried like even 0.5 and compare it to without staining. Okay, so in terms of operation itself, to get a very nice image in a much shorter time, definitely by doing a little bit of staining, like 0.5%, it will make your contrasting the whole image much nicer.
Okay, thank you. So it comes to the last question. Is this offered as a service, or the machine is available in any parts of or in the countries?
Dr. Anwar. We do not provide service at the moment because we do not have this instruments. But we do have other system that we can do similar kind of performance. So feel free to contact us. We can still provide. When it comes to sample preparation, I think you can always refer back to the EM lab. Yeah.
So not a question, but probably just to add on to what was asked earlier. So we do have our own EM unit under Century here. So if you're looking at doing biological samples, by all means come and see us. All right. So we do the processing and what as what was mentioned earlier, but we also do have a very good collaboration with high tech as well. So what we can't do here, we can always talk to high tech, and then high tech can then help us look around and see who has the equipment and so forth. So if you are looking at doing EM imaging, by all means come and visit us at that Century, and we can then discuss with high tech as well.
Any
Thank
more
you,
questions?
Dr. Noor.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. Any more questions? Yes.
Hi, Dr. Lim.
Hi, Dr. Chen.
Just now you have mentioned about the cryopreserve, the cryo TM can avoid the high voltage to burst the sample. So my sample is parent-derived extracellular vesicle. It's good to use the cryo TM or liquid TM.
Liquid TM, provided you have some nanoparticle to metal, because it has very low signal over noise ratio if you do not have any nanoparticles.
So basically the nanoparticle is to label the sample, right?
It's easier for you to look for your specimen itself, your EV. It's easier for you to locate.
If let's say I don't have any nanoparticle, it's better go for the cryo.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So these two service is not available.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay. All right. Thank you again,
Thank you.
Dr. Lim. So on behalf of Health Research, we would like to invite the manager of High Tech Research and also Dr. Lim on the stage. And I would like to invite Dr. Leo to give a token of appreciation to them. Thank you again, Dr. Lim and High Tech. Okay, to all audience, please don't forget to pick up your pre-packed food outside. And maybe if you available, can join us another session at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. We have another talk at 2 p.m. Yeah. If you're interested, please stay back. There's UM student activities to combat stigma for mental health patients. Yeah.
Hello. Very good afternoon to all of you. Let's continue with our House Research Carnival program for today. So allow me to introduce Dr. Lim Po Kweng from Department of Psychological Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya. She's currently a lecturer, a very young lecturer, just joined our department. She's a graduate from Master of Psychological Medicine, Subsequently, she continued her Master in Master of Science in Global Mental Health from King College London. So her interest lies in the stigma work and tackling the challenges of mental health issues globally. So today, she's going to deliver a topic to us, preferred solutions and barriers to mental health problems among university students. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Lim to be on the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Prof. Rusdi, for the very kind introduction.
It's my pleasure here today in Health Academic and Research Carnival to share with all of you this topic on preferred solutions and barriers to mental health problems among university students. Before I begin, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the World Mental Health Day celebration, which is held every year on the 10th of October. It is a day to give opportunity for people and communities to unite behind the theme. This year's theme is Mental Health is a Universal Human Right. We would like to improve knowledge, raise awareness, and drive actions that promote and protect everyone's mental health as a universal human right. Ladies and gentlemen, mental health is a basic human right for all people. Everyone, whoever and wherever they are, has a right to the highest attainable standard of mental health. And this includes the right to be protected from mental health risk, the right to available, accessible, acceptable, and good quality care, and the right to liberty, independence, and inclusion in the community. A good mental health is vital to our overall health and well-being. Yet, 1 in 8 people globally are living with mental health conditions which can impact their physical health, well-being, and how they connect with others and their livelihoods. Depression, it's one of the leading causes of disability, and suicide is the 4th leading cause of death among 15 to 29 years old. And often, people with severe mental health conditions die prematurely, as much as early as 2 decades, due to preventable physical conditions. Having a mental health condition should never be a reason to deprive a person of their human rights or to exclude them from decisions about their own health. Yet all over the world, people with mental health conditions continue to experience a wide range of human rights violations. And many of them are excluded from community life and discriminated against, while many more cannot access the mental health care they need and can only access care that violates their human rights. Many mental health conditions can be effectively treated at relatively low cost, yet the gap between people needing care and those with access to care remains substantial. Effective treatment coverage remains extremely low, and hence, increased investment is required on all fronts. Today, this topic that I'm sharing is a pilot study together with Prof. Dr. Amir Sidek and Dr. Siti Idayu Hassan, looking into university students' barriers to mental health seeking and preferences in mental health services. This study is currently in the process of publication. As an introduction, in continuation of what I've mentioned earlier, these mental health conditions among university students in low and middle income countries are on the rise, and this is a public health challenge worldwide. A good mental health enables young people to achieve optimal academic performance, have better cognitive skills, regulate emotions better, and have meaningful relationships. A transition to adulthood can prove to be a stressful period with increasing demands in academic and social life, employment, and financial demands. Post-secondary students often have to move away from family and their support networks and forge new social connections, while some of them face money and debt worries. And these adversities can give rise to mental health problems, especially depression, anxiety, stress, and sleep problems. And as a consequence of it, students would have lower grades, lower success levels, higher dropout rates from university, increased in self-injury rates, and suicidal behavior. In Malaysia, the prevalence of mental health problems among adults has increased from 10.7% in 1996 to 29.2% in 2015, which means to say that about 1 in 3 of us would be having mental health issues. The National Health and Morbidity Survey 2015 reported that the highest prevalence of mental health issues was among those aged 16 to 19 years, especially among low-income families. Another study from Malaysia has showed that prevalence of stress, anxiety, or severe depression ranges between 12 to 15%. And interestingly, in a study comparing Malaysia to students from the United Kingdom, it was found that Malaysian students have higher levels of mental health problems, more negative mental health attitudes, and lower self-compassion, as well as less resilience. I'm not sure if the medical students here would agree on this. So when we look at COVID-19 pandemic, the multifaceted challenges of university life were made more complicated with this pandemic. During the pandemic, universities were forced to close and to transit to online delivery mode, impose strict quarantines, and undergo stringent precautionary measures to curb the pandemic from worsening. And who are the vulnerable groups here? Our students. Students were found to have higher risk of psychological distress during the COVID-19 pandemic when compared to the adult population. Why? The abrupt change, including quarantine, self-isolation, may have led to feelings of disconnectedness or loneliness, which are all significantly associated with depression, anxiety, and stress. Furthermore, remote online learning had also contributed to stress among university students in Malaysia. The lockdown and quarantine have all resulted in higher levels of psychological distress, poor sleep quality, and worsened quality of life among students in Greece. And there is also a systematic review that was done which showed that the prevalence of anxiety has increased globally during the pandemic, ranging from 33% in Asia to 56% in the US. Another local study further supported this high prevalence, where they found that almost 87% of university students have anxiety, mild to severe anxiety. WHO has also conducted a cross-national survey across 8 countries among college students, and it was reported that despite the advancements in psychotherapies and clinical interventions, majority of the students with mental health disorders remain untreated, and most of them would not seek help when faced with an emotional problem. More than half of the students preferred to handle the issue alone or speak to members of their support circle. A recent UNICEF poll for those aged 13 to 29 further reported that 73% of young people felt that they need to seek help. But among these 73% of young people who need to seek help, only 33% of them sought help. So what happened to the rest of the students? And another study done among Malaysia Public University, among the international students, only 21% of them were aware of campus mental support services, and majority of the tertiary students in a public university in Malaysia prefer to seek help from friends. A brief introduction on help seeking. Help seeking is defined as the process of translating one's own internal psychological distress into the interpersonal domain of seeking help, with the goal of receiving aid from others. So the factors that discourage someone to seek for help are known as barriers. And one of the commonly reported barriers is stigma. Stigma itself is defined as a negative attitude towards individuals with mental illness, leading to discrimination and negative actions. In Malaysia, a study done has found that the strongest barrier which predict young adults not seeking mental health is self-stigma, alongside lack of trust in professional services and self-reliance. Why self-stigma? Self-stigma is explained by perceiving help-seeking as a sign of weakness and a threat to self-esteem and acceptance of failure. And this is one of the main barriers among students who do not come forward to seek help. Other barriers that were found were fear of disclosure. They are worried about disclosing their own mental health condition, low mental health literacy levels, and beliefs and attitudes of community. Furthermore, there may be lack of availability of student-friendly mental health services. The treatment may not be affordable and not accessible in terms of time, cost, or transport. Other reasons were such as social support and the perception that treatment is not necessary. Some students prefer to self-manage and self-reliance. So over many years, universities have created initiatives to improve mental health knowledge and reduce mental health stigma. And all these include mental health first aid training and providing mental health support services such as social and peer support programs, mental disorder screening, awareness programs, and counseling units. Have anyone here attended any of these mental health support services by university? So majority of the students are shaking their heads. It's something that's quite alarming. So even though mental health services are available in our campus, but the treatment gap persists, yeah? And it is therefore imperative for us to explore the preference in mental health services and barriers to identify ways to improve this mental health help-seeking behavior. And the results from this study will also help in developing tailored mental health interventions and awareness programs to improve students' mental health literacy and to reduce the negative consequences of psychological distress. Part of the study would have these 3 research questions. 1, we would like to know what are the preferred types of mental health treatment among university students. 2nd, what are the preferred type of mental health awareness programs? And 3rd, what are the barriers to mental health help-seeking behavior? So this is a cross-sectional study. It was conducted in University Malaya from September 2021 to April 2022 during the pandemic time. All of the students were sent an email with a link to provide their consent and self-reported questionnaires if they consented to participating in this study. Did you all receive this email? Yes, okay, great. So the inclusion criteria includes full-time undergraduate and postgraduate students, and this study has gained ethics approval by Research Committee. So if you have received this link and you did participated in this study, now I'm going to reveal to you the results of this study. How did we collect the data? First, we sent a consent form. Together with social demographic data, we would like to know the age, the gender, the year of study, the course, and whether students are living in campus or out campus. And then we have a questionnaire on their preferred mental health treatment options, their preferred mental health awareness programs, and for those who experience mental health issue over the past year, they will ask whether they seek help or not. If they did not seek help, we would like to know what were the reasons they did not want to seek help during that time. Data was analyzed with Stata, and we used descriptive statistics for social demographic characteristics, looking at the prevalence of mental health issues, and preferred mode of treatments and awareness programs, as well as the barriers. Further analysis was conducted with bivariate analysis to investigate the associations between social demographic data and help-seeking behavior. Now, the exciting part of this study. So a total of 226 students responded to the study and consented to participate in this study. The median age was 22 years with interquartile range of 1 year. There was more female participants, more students in bachelor's degree program, and in social science course, as well as more than half of them are living outside the campus. All right, so this is the table that shows the social demographic characteristics. As you can see, majority of participants were female, aged between 18 to 23, doing their undergraduate degree, living outside campus. It may be contributed to the fact that at that time it was a pandemic, so some students may have moved to stay at home. And social science course, we had more social science course respondent, followed by humanities, science, and medicine related course. So the first question, what would a preferred mental health treatment when students are faced with a mental health issue? So in the questionnaire, students were asked this question and they were given an options list. They can tick all applicable options. So from these results, we can see that if a student is to be faced with mental health issues in the future, they would prefer to be seen in a counseling unit, followed by social and peer support group, student emotional support helpline, and not too bad, a psychiatry clinic, 51%. But surprisingly, the internet or app-based intervention was not one of the preferred treatment options. And we can see from this study, these results as well, that more male students preferred the counseling unit and social and peer support group, and more female students preferred the counseling unit group. So this is the results for preferred treatment modes. When we look into what type of awareness program that students would like the university to have, again, they were given the list of options and they could tick as many options as they want to. Among the 226 participants, very high number of them, 70.8%, preferred seminars or workshops. 58% of them preferred information sharing via social media platform, and followed by short videos at 51% and online modules. So these are the seminar, workshop, information sharing with social media platform, and short videos are the top 3 among the most preferred programs. Other programs available were such as online modules, mental health exhibitions, talks on mental health prevention, mental health awareness competition, panel discussion, webinars, and we can see only 2.2% of students would like to be involved in mental health screening program. For mental health issues among students, as this is a study just to have an overall idea on what students prefer in terms of treatment and as well as looking at the barriers. For this, we ask a simple question on whether they experience any mental health issue over the past year. From here, from total of 226 participants, 31% of them answered yes to this question. Again, this may be similar to what NHMS have surveyed. 29.2% of Malaysians have some mental health issue. Even though this study sample size is small, but we can see there were also 31% of students who answered yes to this question. And looking at the social demographic variable seems to be significant here in this study, where most of them who said yes were in the younger age group and also at the elder age group. For education level, students in the postgraduate level reported higher prevalence of mental health issues, and those living out in campus as well. Okay. Next, we would like to find out, so among this group of students who had mental health issues, what were the reasons contributing to their mental health issues? Would you like to know? Yes. Okay. Again, they were given a list of options to tick, and they could tick all applicable options. So from 226 participants, there were 70 of them who experienced mental health issues, and the number one cause of them having mental health issues was academic reasons, as high as 64%, followed by social or interpersonal stressor, and online distance learning. The rest of the stressors were half of the top three, such as financial, feeling isolated, failure to complete coursework on time due to COVID-19 pandemic, fear of contracting COVID-19, quarantine due to COVID-19, and only a small amount of students said that it was because there was a lack of support from university. So I'm sure University Malaya must have provided good support to all of you during the pandemic time. Okay, so among this group of 70 students, only 27% of them sought help. Let us see where did they go for help. The most favorable option, the place where most students went for help, was the student counseling unit, where 57.9% of them went there to seek help, followed by the Psychiatry Clinic or the government psychiatric services. And the rest of the options, as you can see, similar amount of students, about 21%, went to student health clinic, private psychiatrists, NGO emotional support helpline, and only a small amount of students went to seek help from private counselors and private clinical psychologists. So the majority of the students who did not seek help, despite having mental health issues, what were the reasons? We want to know what were the barriers stopping them from seeking help. They were given a list of options to choose from, and the main reason was that they were unsure where to seek help. I'm sure if I ask the audiences on, especially our students here, do you know what are the available services or mental health services? I can see a few already shaking their head, right? So they were unsure where to seek help, and then followed by 33% of them who believe that mental health issue will resolve on its own, and followed by some of them, 33% of them reported that it was not convenient for them to seek help, unable to pay for medical fees, and some of them sought help from friends or online support line. 25% of them were afraid of the complications, and 1/5 of them felt embarrassed. And only a small amount of them did not seek help because of past negative experiences with professional help. Okay, this is an extra information that I would just like to share with all of you. The earlier part, we were looking about just mental health issues in general. But for this, we look into depression alone by using the Wooley's question. It is 2 questions to screen for depressive symptoms over the past 1 month. Okay, so we asked these questions to all the 226 participants. The questions were, as you can see at the bottom here, during the past month, have you often been bothered by feeling down, depressed, or hopeless? And question 2 is, during the past month, have you been bothered by little interest or pleasure in doing things? So as long as they answer yes to one of these questions, it will be considered as being screen positive, right? Screen positive does not mean that they have major depressive disorder or any depression disorder, but it is a screening tool to alert us to proceed with further investigations. So from this, we can see, out of the 226 participants, almost half of them, right, 49%, actually screened positive for depression. Okay? And we would like to know what were the factors related to depression and the association between the social demographic factors and individual factors. So bivariate analysis was conducted, and here it showed that these were the few factors that were significantly associated with being at risk for depression. And these factors were gender, your age, your gender, educational level, physical illness, and where did you stay. From here, we can see that female students has a 2 times odds of being screened positive for depression. And those in postgraduate level have 1.7 times the odds of being screened positive for depression. And if you have a physical illness, your odds of being screened positive is 7.7 times compared to those who do not have a physical illness. And if you're living out campus, you have a 2.5 times odds of being screened positive for using this Wooley's questionnaire. So from here, we then proceed to multivariable logistic regression to examine what is the association. And after adjusting for the confounders, these 3 factors remain associated with a positive Wooley question: your gender, your physical illness, and whether you are living inside or outside campus. So that was the results from that pilot study. And now moving on to the discussion. So the first question that we looked at earlier on was, what was the preferred treatment if the university students were faced with mental health issues? And the results from this study showed that the most preferred treatment was counseling, followed by social and peer support group, while the least preferred option was internet or app-based intervention. And this finding is actually similar to another local study, which found a statistically significant preference of face-to-face counseling services compared to online counseling among university students. Why? Why do students prefer counseling units rather than psychiatrists, for example, or private sector? Well, there could possibly be a few reasons. For example, the public perception of counselors as mental health professionals who are non-fee demanding, and helping people to solve emotional problems may be less intimidating than psychiatrists or psychologists who are seen as more authoritarian personnel. And secondly, the availability of free mental health care services within a campus may have enabled easier access to care compared to going to private sector. And furthermore, the counseling sessions in the universities are free. You don't have to pay, unlike if you go for outside psychologist sessions and psychiatry treatment, which often are not covered by insurance as well. And lastly, perhaps more students prefer psychological treatment over pharmacological treatment in view of the various factors such as worries regarding the medication side effects, stigma, and as well as the cost. So in view of counseling being the preferred treatment option, well, university may consider setting up more confidential platforms to encourage more students to come forward to seek help. Do you all agree? Yes? Great. And it's also important to normalize help-seeking process so that you feel comfortable to go and seek help, right? Instead of feeling stigma or worrying whether it will have an impact on your future career, your medical school logbooks, and such. And university can also recruit and train more counselors in the future. And very importantly, also looking at task-shifting approach to build up peer support groups. So peer support groups generally are led by students themselves, right? So by using task shifting, you could train the students to support each other. And on contrary to popular beliefs, we were all now talking about digital mental health intervention, having apps, right, AI and all this. It was not the preferred option. In fact, it was the least preferred option. So a few possible reasons could be there. For example, in Malaysia, it may not be widely acceptable yet, and there may be a potential breach in confidentiality and security. And students may also feel, they may have the concern, right, that it may be disadvantage to them, to their private and social life. Besides that, there can also be risk for misinterpretation, misdiagnosis, and it limits rapport building. There's a loss of this, human touch that everybody likes when they come to see the doctor. Hence, more steps needs to be taken, right, to introduce digital health. And before introducing or investing in digital health, perhaps to assess the readiness of university students. So these two slides were talking about the preferred mental health interventions. Next, we'll look at what were the preferred program. In this study, most students opt for face-to-face seminars or workshops. Why? Do you all like face-to-face seminars or workshops compared to online learning? Yes? I can see some people nodding very enthusiastically. Great. So one of the reasons could be that there is this feeling of engagement and connectedness when you attend a face-to-face seminar or workshop compared to just looking at the screen on a webinar, right? So universities can consider to invest in more in-person programs to raise awareness and also to incorporate mental health well-being in classroom teaching and extracurricular activities, which can be the first step in introducing students to mental health subjects. Furthermore, we're having more mental health seminars and workshops as part of the curriculum can also destigmatize mental illness among students. And lastly, this is what I really believe, that mental health education should be provided to all staff, right, to understand and support our students better. The way on how we can support another person is so that we ourselves understand what is mental illness and how we can help another person. So I think mental health education should really be emphasized in university level. So even though these university students did not like digital or internet app-based intervention, but it was the second most preferred mental health program. Okay, and studies have shown that social media itself is effective way to disseminate mental health information in conducting mental health campaigns, and has been found to be an effective initiative to reach out to a large number of audiences within a short period of time. So if you have a mental health video on, let's say, TikTok, and it went viral, right? So you can see how many people you'll be able to reach during that very short amount of time. Hence, social media is always one of the innovative way that we can use, provided that the correct information is being disseminated. And there is also a study to determine the effectiveness of social media campaigns. It actually found that positive messages which are creditable receive longer engagement, highlighting the potential of social media to improve mental health levels. With this information, universities can leverage the power of social media to provide accurate online mental health information, not only targeting students, but also university staff, to increase the mental health awareness and literacy. It is also important to provide personalized support and feedback towards users to promote service engagement. The last part of the discussion would be on the barriers. In this study, as shown in the results earlier, nearly 3/4 of students who were faced with mental health issues over the previous year did not seek help. And among the possible factors that could contribute to this help-seeking behavior are low mental health literacy, lack of universities' mental health services promotion. As we can see, even though UM do have mental health service promotion, but just now when I asked at the beginning of the lecture, I can see at least half of the students shook their head. Or perhaps maybe it was ineffective and inadequate promotion of programs that has led to this, contribute to these barriers. Furthermore, the students could have also faced problems in finding time and transport to attend mental health services. And those who have a mental health disorder like depression may have impaired focus and attentiveness, and they may not be motivated in getting treatment. But contrary to popular beliefs, barriers related to stigma, such as being worried about complications and feeling embarrassed, they were not the main barriers in this study. And this suggests that stigma of mental health might have gradually reduced over the years with nationwide mental health awareness campaigns. Can you all name any previous nationwide mental health campaigns that you have heard of? How about campaigns like Let's Talk? No? Okay, so which means that we need to, as healthcare providers, and see how we can encourage more of these programs to be made known to the public. Okay, so proactive strategies on reducing other barriers will need to be carried out to facilitate students' mental health help-seeking behavior. So what can be done? If the students think that they cannot find time during their busy time schedule, perhaps we may consider providing mental health services during the weekends, or allocate free time slots in students' timetable for them to do self-care and to get mental health treatment if needed. Further research needs to be done in students' mental health profiling across different academic faculties to tackle the barriers. And then lastly, policy to support disabled students to encourage them to step forward to seek help. So this study highlights that mental health issues among university students need to be given urgent attention. Right, and it provides an insight into their mental health help-seeking preferences, which are important to assist in development of future mental health interventions. Of course, there are some limitations in this study in terms of the sampling of the data, and it's only conducted in University Malaya, as well as the questionnaires that were designed were not standardized, because mainly we would like to just know and understand about what the preference of University Malaya students were. So in the future, perhaps more sample size will be needed, and it can be conducted in a few different areas and using standardized questionnaire. So this would be me coming to an end of the presentation. And again, it's a public health challenge worldwide, which needs to be given urgent attention. We need to have strategies to reduce the barriers to mental health help-seeking behavior through the understanding of students' needs and difficulties. Improvements in mental health care services can be achieved through the collaboration of university students with the university and the health ministry. Lastly, strategies to close the treatment gap, early detection, and psychosocial intervention are strongly recommended to improve students' well-being for a better future and quality of life. This is one of the recent activities held by University Malaya Medical Society for students in July to raise mental health awareness. And these initiatives are crucial in improving mental health and reducing stigma. Did any one of you participate in this activity? Yay, I see a few hands, great. Good to see that. To end my session, I would just like to say that mental health problems are one of the most neglected of all forms of human suffering. So take a moment to think and reflect. What can we do differently to improve the quality of lives of many living with mental health disorders? Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Lim Bo Kuen for very interesting talk. Because of the time constraint, we only allow one question from the audience. Any questions? Okay, yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Lim, for the presentation. I just want to ask regarding you show just now there's so many different type of help that we can go, like government clinic or the counseling. Actually, like for students, which one is better for us to go to seek help? For example, some students feel like their problem may not that bad to go to the clinic straight away. Should we go to counseling first or something? So which one supposedly like students should go if they have like really no problem to go? Which one should they go first?
Right. Thank you for the question. This is a very important and very, very relevant question. My answer with that would be, regardless of where do you go and seek help, the most important first step is to step up and seek help. We have counseling unit, psychologist unit, and psychiatry clinic. We also have students clinic. Okay, so if let's say you're unsure of where is the most appropriate place for you to seek help, even if you feel more comfortable with going to, for example, the counseling unit, I would still advise that you go and try and see somebody in the counseling unit, because if let's say the council find that you would need better assessment, right, or a treatment, they may refer you to the doctors. So go to the one that you find that is most convenient for you and you feel most comfortable with as the first step. If you would like to come to psychiatry clinic, of course, we have our psychiatrists here, always ready to help all the students. Does Prof. do you want to add anything?
So I hope that answer your questions. Yeah. So we psychiatrists, we encourage you to come and see us, but sometimes you a little bit shy to come straight away see us. Maybe you can start with outpatient clinic kesihatan to come and see Dr. Mohazmi first. Maybe in UM clinic. Because we have the service as well. When you are so severe, and of course we want you to come and see us to get treatment so that we can actually prevent complications. So I think we already finished our time. So thank you very much, Dr. Lim Pokwen. I would like to invite Dr. Krishna to give some token of appreciation to Dr. Lim. Thank you. So let's move to the next agenda. So allow me to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Nurul Azmi Muhammad Rafiq. So Dr. Nurul Azmi is a lecturer in Department of Psychological Medicine as well. He graduated from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Master in Psychiatry. Also Nikki in the block in our department. Currently, Dr. Nurul Azmi is also involved in the research work in UM Center for Addiction Science. He's one of the members of researcher there. And today he will share with us a community project that going on in Rumah Sinar Kasih Kuala Lumpur. For your info, Rumah Sinar Kasih Kuala Lumpur is situated just behind the KFC. You know KFC near our hospital. So he will be talking on this project. So let me invite Dr. Nurul to give his speech. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon. Thank you very much to Professor Rusdi for the kind introduction. Okay, we come to our last topic today, which is Rumah Sinar Kasih. Have you all heard about this Rumah Sinar Kasih before? Yes, you heard about it before. Okay. Any of you stay in College 9 college? No, all in 6 college, is it? Okay, it's very near to the 9 college. You stay in 9 college? Yes, okay. You know this house? Yeah, okay. Okay, first I have to say sorry that I prepared this slide in Malay, in Bahasa Malaysia, but I hope you can allow me to talk in Bahasa Melayu, I mean alternate in English also lah. Okay, so we can start. This is a Rumah Sinar Kasih. So actually it is a bungalow type house there. Okay, so Persatuan Sinar Kasih adalah badan bukan kerajaan ataupun NGO, non-government organisation yang ditubuhkan pada November 2013 dan telah didaftarkan di bawah Registry of Social Society Malaysia. And NGO ini menjalankan perkhidmatan dalam intervensi rawatan serta rehabilitasi. So during this year, in year 2016, there was still no house. So there was only an organisation, or we call a Persatuan Sinar Kasih, which the idea was, put up by one of the client and also together with the staff in the clinic near this flat. We have a clinic here near the Samping flat. So we don't have a special house for addict at that time. Okay, semua rumah Sinar Kasih ditubuhkan di bawah kelolaan Persatuan Sinar Kasih Kuala Lumpur dengan kerjasama Universiti Malaya Centre for Addiction Science UMCAS serta Jabatan Kerja Sosial Perubatan Pusat Perubatan Universiti Malaya. So this is because disebabkan oleh peningkatan jumlah kes pesakit ketagihan dadah dan mental yang terdampar di hospital-hospital kerajaan terutama di PPUM telah menjadi masalah kepada pihak pengurusan hospital. Dan fenomena ini telah menjadi fenomena yang membebankan terutama bagi pihak PPUM at that time. Okay, during that time there are a lot of patient, especially the drug patient who are in the hospital, who was admitted to the ward but they cannot be discharged. Don't know where to discharge because this patient, they are not being accepted by their family members. Their family members do not want to pay for the costs when they were admitted. They have to pay because our hospital is half government and half private. So their family members don't have money to pay for the patient. So they leave the patient in the hospital. So they do not know where to go. And the patient, some of the patient are being sent here by police or by passerby. So they found this patient unconscious, was intoxicated during that time. So don't know where to send. So they came to our hospital. And when the patient was getting well, getting better, so do not know where we want to discharge the patient. So oleh sebab itu, ramai di antara penagih dan pesakit mental terpaksa menghabiskan masa lama in the ward hospital kerajaan because tiada tempat tinggal dan penjagaan selepas discharge. Dan ini amat merugikan kerajaan kerana katil hospital tidak dapat diisi oleh mereka yang benar-benar perlu rawatan acute di hospital. So this patient they fill in the ward. Most of them the drug patient do not know where to discharge. So this has caused, the other patient cannot be admitted. We have to close the ward. So very, rugi to the hospital. You all can understand, huh? Can, okay. Okay, this statistik daripada Jabatan Kerja Sosial Perubatan or Medical Social Worker mendapati sebanyak 70% kes pesakit yang dirujuk adalah untuk tujuan penjagaan dan penempatan selepas rawatan di ward. So when this patient cannot be discharged, they contact and they call a social worker on what to do to this patient. And pada masa ini, amat sedikit badan bukan kerajaan atau NGO yang sanggup mengambil golongan ini atas sebab-sebab yang tertentu lah. This is because kerana kurang pengetahuan, salah faham tentang konsep rawatan dan penjagaan, takut dijangkiti dan stigma kepada golongan terpinggir ini masih menjadi tanya-tanya dan memerlukan lebih banyak kajian secara menyeluruh. So this non-government organisation, they are worried to take back this patient. Maybe they don't have knowledge on how to take care of the patient. They worried that this drug addict having a lot of illness, they can infect them. So they are a bit reluctant to take back this patient. So, menyedari hal ini, so Universiti Malaya Medical Centre for Addiction Science or UMCAS dan Jabatan Kerja Sosial Perubatan PPUM, Social Worker dan Persatuan Sinar Kasih telah bekerjasama bagi menubuhkan rumah penjagaan, rawatan dan pemulihan pesakit dadah dan mental. So, these three organisation, these three body, the Persatuan Sinar Kasih, UMCAS and Social Worker from PPUM, they come out with an idea to make a house. Not to make a house, to provide a house for this patient who can be discharged from the hospital to place. Okay, so for introduction, Rumah Sinar Kasih adalah rumah penjagaan, rawatan dan pemulihan pesakit dengan diagnosis berganda ataupun dual diagnosis. Masalah dual diagnosis bermaksud masalah kesihatan mental dan ketagihan pada masa yang sama, meaning that patient they have a mental illness and they use drug at the same time. So we call them to have a dual diagnosis or diagnosis berganda. For example, like I've shown in this slide, this is just to make the thing clearer. The person have a mental illness and at the same time they use drugs, so we call them dual diagnosis. For example, when they have depression and they're taking substance, when they have anxiety and they take substance, they have bipolar or even personality disorder or schizophrenia and they take substance, we call them to have a double diagnosis or dual diagnosis. even though they have more than 2 conditions, like they have depression and personality disorder, and they take drug, so we still call them a dual diagnosis. So these are the type of patient that we take and put in the Rumah Sinar Kasih. Okay, so this is just for introduction and for your knowledge. Kebanyakan pesakit mental terlibat dengan masalah penyalahgunaan dadah, dan sebaliknya individu yang menggunakan dadah juga boleh mendapat tanda-tanda seperti pesakit mental, dan malah ada yang didiagnosis dengan penyakit mental. So this is true because patient with mental illness sometimes they do not know that they were having mental illness. They thought they just not happy. They just as a normal sadness. So they tend to take drug like stimulant to make them happy. Later on they can become addicted to that drug. Or otherwise, the patient who take drugs, they can predispose them to have mental illness. So when they take drugs, there is changes in their structure in the brain. So they have disease already. So they can present it with mental illness. So objektif penubuhan memberikan perkhidmatan penempatan dan penjagaan sementara kepada pesakit ketagihan dan mental yang tiada tempat tinggal selepas dibenarkan discharge daripada PPUM, dan menyediakan perkhidmatan rawatan susulan dengan memastikan pesakit mendapat rawatan selepas discharge dan mengelakkan pesakit default treatment dan dimasukkan semula ke PPUM. Mengoptimumkan rawatan pentagihan kepada pesakit melalui program penggunaan ubat buprenorphine, naloxone dan methadone. These are the medicine that we use for patient who has opioid addiction. These are the 2 medicine. The gold standard is methadone, and we can also use Suboxone or buprenorphine naloxone combination. Dan menyediakan perkhidmatan intervensi psikososial, spiritual dan sokongan kerja agar pesakit dapat berdikari, memperolehi pekerjaan dan pendapatan serta meningkatkan kualiti kehidupan pesakit. Later on, I will show the picture of the activity in this Rumah Sinar Kasih. Dan menjalankan tanggungjawab sosial bagi membantu kerajaan menangani masalah penagihan dadah dan isu pesakit mental. So VC memberi perkhidmatan rehabilitasi kepada bekas penagih dadah dan menjadikan ahli masyarakat yang produktif. Dan misi membantu pesakit mendapatkan peluang pekerjaan serta meningkatkan keupayaan untuk berdikari kepada bekas penagih yang telah pulih. So like I mentioned just now, lokasi Rumah Sinar Kasih near the 9 College. So the one who stay in 9 College, maybe they can see this house at the back of the 9 College. At the back of the master house, outside the fence there. Okay, this is the map. As we can see that 9 College is there. It's opposite there. There is a fence. So outside the fence, can see that house, the Rumah Sinar Kasih there. So if from PPUM, if you want to go to Rumah Sinar Kasih, from PPUM, you just turn to the right. So you go to cross the KFC, like Prof. Rusdi mentioned, then you have to make a U-turn. And just before the petrol station, there is a Petron and Shell, then you turn left. Then you will go to the Rumah Sinar Kasih. Okay, so before that, satu lagi lokasi adalah di Kampung Padang Balang, Kuala Lumpur. This is before the Rumah Sinar Kasih, they move to the current location. And tanah di lokasi ini telah disewa bagi tujuan projek penempatan kerja, dan perjanjian di antara Persatuan Sinar Kasih dengan tuan rumah telah dimeterai pada awal tahun 2020. And now the tempoh sewaan telah tamat. So this house has been rented by Persatuan Sinar Kasih to make a Rumah Sinar Kasih there. If not mistaken, it was around 2018 or 2019 during that time. However, the tempoh sewaan telah tamat, then we move to the current location now. Okay, Rumah Sinar Kasih beroperasi selama 24 jam. So we open 24 hours. Not only it is not a daycare. Not when we send the patient in the morning, then take back in the afternoon. But the patient stay in the house for 24 hours. Okay, so I just show some of the house, some of the the photo of the Rumah Sinar Kasih. So this photo was taken during our VC, Datuk VC visiting to the Rumah Sinar Kasih. This is the Rumah Sinar Kasih itself. I mean the old one before we painted the house. Okay, this is the room. I think there are 5 rooms inside the house. It is a bungalow, a 2-story bungalow with 5 rooms. These are the rooms. So we put a bed, double-story bed, and some of the rooms are without beds, but they are still look clean and comfortable, I think. And these are the living room. Have you all come and visit this house? I mean, this kind of house? Jogging near there? Never. There are a lot of house with the same pattern there. Okay, this is another room. Okay. So to run the house, there are jawatan kuasa for your rumah sinar kasih. Sebuah jawatan kuasa induk telah dilantik untuk menguruskan operasi rumah sinar kasih. Dan jawatan kuasa ini terdiri daripada pakar perubatan psikiatri. We have our president, Professor Rusdi, myself, and pegawai kerja sosial perubatan PPUM, Encik Yazil, who is here in this blue shirt. And we have pegawai from AADK to give counselling and other staff. Dan jawatan kuasa ini bertanggungjawab melakukan tugas-tugas perancangan, pengurusan, penyeliaan dan mencari dana bagi projek untuk rumah sinar kasih. So these are the jawatan kuasa rumah sinar kasih. As I mentioned just now, President is Professor Madya Dr. Rusdi. Timbalan Presiden, myself, Setiausaha is Puan Naga. She's from AADK and she's a counsellor that always go to the jail, to the prison to give counselling to the prisoner. And we have our treasurer, Puan Siti Hawa, and ketua-ketua Biro Kebajikan Sosial, Encik Yazir, our social worker. Biro Kesihatan dan Rawatan, Encik Ramli Omar. Encik Ramli Omar is a very senior resident in the Rumah Sinar Kasih. Encik Azman Ahmad, one of the resident. Biro Pendidikan dan Keagamaan, Encik Iskandar. Biro Sumber Manusia dan Latihan, Encik Hashim, and Auditor, Encik Wan Hashim. And our activity in AJK, we always run our meeting. Sometimes we go and do meeting in the house itself together with the house resident. Sometimes when we cannot attend the meeting physically, we did online meeting. So meeting has to be done. And sometimes we even do a meeting at night. As I mentioned just now, our Rumah Sinar Kasih works 24 hours. So sometimes we have to urgent thing to settle. So we even meet in the middle of the night. If you can see, this is not just having a meal or having a dinner in restaurant Mama. We were having a meeting. As you can see, there are pen there, there are rubber stamp there. So actually we were having a meeting at almost 11 p.m. at night during that time because there are urgent things that we need to settle. And we even had a meeting with counsellor or pihak counselling UM. And also sometimes we had a meeting with other faculty or other department lah to discuss things. Okay, so kriteria kemasukan ke Rumah Sinar Kasih. Kemasukan penghuni tertakluk kepada kelulusan ahli jawatan kuasa Rumah Sinar Kasih. So when they are patient that do not know where to send or where to discharge to, so the MO will talk to our social worker, Encik Yazir, or they can talk to Professor Rusdi or talk to me, and we will discuss whether we will accept that patient or not. And kes-kes yang akan diberikan keutamaan ialah kes-kes yang dirujuk daripada PPUM melalui penilaian dan rujukan daripada pegawai kerja sosial perubatan. So these are the criteria for admission to the Rumah Sinar Kasih. The patient has been mendapat rawatan sama ada di PPUM ataupun other places in government hospital. Berumur 18 tahun ke atas, penagih opioid yang memenuhi diagnosa kebergantungan substan mengikut DSM-5 dan sukarela mengikuti program yang memakan masa selama 6 bulan hingga 1 tahun. So far, sejak Rumah Sinar Kasih diwujudkan, sebenarnya mungkin lebih daripada 20 orang pesakit dari PPUM telah dihantar ke Rumah Sinar Kasih untuk tujuan penempatan dan penjagaan selepas discharge. Yang ni number yang lama lah, 10 pesakit. Sebenarnya lebih daripada itu, mungkin lebih dari 20 ataupun 30 Walau bagaimanapun, ada di antara mereka yang telah keluar dan tinggal bersama ahli keluarga terdekat atau melarikan diri. So, they come and go. So, sometimes bila dia melarikan diri, kita still persuade, kita still pujuk dia untuk come back and stay with us lah in Rumah Sinar Kasih. So, peruntukan dan sumbangan, pelbagai agensi telah membantu dari segi kewangan untuk memastikan pengurusan Rumah Sinar Kasih berjalan dengan lancar. So, di antaranya bantuan kewangan daripada Lembaga Zakat Selangor. We have, I think, 5,000 contribution. Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia about 50,000 during that time. And from Universiti Malaya, pengecualian bayaran sewa rumah sebanyak RM2,000 sebulan. Okay, sometimes they got contribution from personal people when they give some barang dapur, sumbangan untuk penghuni Sinar Kasih. And recently we have received this sewing machine ataupun mesin jahit dekat Rumah Sinar Kasih, and some they give some toaster or some electrical appliance to the penghuni Sinar Kasih to use. Okay, konsep rawatan dan pemulihan, still we give methadone for the patient because most of them are opioid patient. They abuse of opioid. So the gold treatment is still methadone. So we still prescribe methadone for them. So bagi penghuni yang terlibat dengan penagihan dadah dan didiagnose if they are having HIV or tuberculosis, we change a bit the treatment. We treat them with kombinasi buprenorphine and naloxone or suboxone because methadone they will interact with this HIV or anti-TB drug. So this suboxone and they less interaction with the HIV drugs. So ubat HIV dan TB berinteraksi dengan ubat metadon yang digunakan untuk rawatan ketagihan opiat, di mana dos metadon terpaksa dinaikkan sometimes until 10 times of the normal dose of metadon for HIV or TB patient that took substance. So this can cause that the patient have a side effect, for example like constipation, heart arrhythmia, and relapse to the taking drugs. And because methadone they might take times because it can work. When we start patient on methadone, we need to adjust the dose. So if the dose is not adequate, then the patient might go out and take drugs from outside. Okay. So bagi masalah penyakit mental, penghuni dipastikan mengambil ubat-ubatan yang telah dipreskripsi, dan Rumah Sinar Kasih juga bertanggungjawab memastikan penghuni menjalani rawatan susulan di hospital. Okay, now I'm going to show the program that we have in our Rumah Sinar Kasih. So we have a job placement or projek penempatan pekerjaan. We have a program kerohanian dan counselling, program pembersihan Rumah Sinar Kasih, program gotong royong di Rumah Sinar Kasih, and recently we have a program mengecat Rumah Sinar Kasih dan program sambutan Hari Raya di Rumah Sinar Kasih. So projek penempatan pekerjaan, kita ada projek penanaman pisang, projek penanaman pokok rambutan, projek penternakan ikan keli dan ikan talapia, projek penternakan ayam organik, projek penanaman kacang bendi, perniagaan membasuh kereta, snow wash, memotong rumput, penternakan ikan arwana dan lain-lain. So as we can see, we not only keep the patient there. So this patient, this drug people, they also can generate income to UM and to our country. Okay, so with this project. So projek penanaman pisang, penghuni dilatih oleh pihak PASUM, Pusat Asasi Sains, bagi membiak benih culture pisang berangan. Sebanyak 250 pokok pisang telah ditanam sebelum ini di Rumah Sinar Kasih di Padang Balang, the first Rumah Sinar Kasih in Gombak. So these are some of the photos that I have to show the activity in Rumah Sinar Kasih. So before we go and plant the banana, we have a bengkel penanaman pisang that was run in the compound in the Rumah Sinar Kasih in Padang Balang. And these are the compound, the land outside the Rumah Sinar Kasih. So pemasangan pipe, and these are the beginning when we were about to plant the banana there. These are the hasil pokok pisang yang kita dah tanam di Rumah Sinar Kasih di Padang Balang. Okay, some of the photos. Okay, other than that, when we were at the Rumah Sinar Kasih Padang Balang, we also plant a rambutan there. And yang diusahakan bersama Pasum di Kampung Padang Balang. So in between the pisang, kita ada pokok rambutan at that time. Tapi tak banyak lah, mungkin sepokok, 2 pokok dekat situ. Tapi still boleh makan lah dekat situ. Okay, and then penternakan ayam organik. So the one who stay in Nan College, maybe you can hear the ayam berkokok during that time, bunyi ayam masa tu. Pernah nampak tak ayam? Tak nampak. Banyak juga masa tu, ada lebih dekat 100 ekor. So kita start pelihara ayam ni daripada dia kecil, daripada anak kita beli. So bagi makan dan sampai besar lah. Dan kita jual, kita sembelih, kita makan dekat Rumah Sinar Kasih masa tu. And even our president also come and feed the chicken. So the chicken is very lucky to be fed by president Rumah Sinar Kasih. Okay. And then we have a project memotong rumput. When you can call our people in Rumah Sinar Kasih to come and cut the grass at your compound, housing compound. Other than that, we have a project to menternak ikan keli dan ikan tilapia. This is a small container. Actually, we have a bigger one to breed the ikan keli, the catfish. Also, we start with a small fish, then kita bagi makan sampai dia jadi besar lah. Then we sell the fish. And then project car wash, Rumah Sinar Kasih mempunyai peralatan yang lengkap untuk perniagaan mencuci kereta seperti mesin jet air, mesin sabun snow wash dan vacuum. So those of you who has a car, you can come here to wash your car. Maybe you can get discount from them when you attend this talk. And then, okay, tujuan utama projek-projek ini adalah untuk memberikan ilmu dan kemahiran kepada penghuni dengan harapan ia membolehkan penghuni dapat bekerja dalam bidang yang sama atau berkaitan setelah keluar daripada Rumah Sinar Kasih Kelab. This means that actually Rumah Sinar Kasih is rehabilitation in community, treatment in the community. So before this, person who been caught with drug, they put in the prison. So when this person come to the prison, government has to give to give food to them, have to provide food with them. So it will cost a lot of money from the country. So if we treat them, we put them in this house and treat them so that they don't take drug anymore, so they can work and give back money to us. Selain itu, ia juga berperanan sebagai tujuan komersial di mana hasil dari penanaman projek ini akan dijual ke farma pasar-pasar borong berdekatan dan menjadi sumber pendapatan kepada Rumah Sinar Kasih. So it means that they can generate their own income. Okay, next one is program kerohanian dan counselling. So we have ustaz that come to our Rumah Sinar Kasih to teach, religious to the resident in Rumah Sinar Kasih. But I don't have a photo on that. But I have photo on, this is the old one, the old photo when they are still don't have the rumah. So the counselling was done at the compound of the apartment. Remember that I saw the flat just now. So it was done outside the flat. Okay. These are the other activity in Rumah Sinar Kasih. Lawatan-lawatan ke Rumah Sinar Kasih, we have our Datuk VC who came on visit Rumah Sinar Kasih. And this is Professor Hussein. Actually, there are a lot of organisation and a lot of people who come to visit Rumah Sinar Kasih. I cannot remember from where this one. Maybe it's from counselling unit from UM to come and visit. And there are also students who come and do research in Rumah Sinar Kasih. They come and interview the resident in Rumah Sinar Kasih. Okay, these are some of the other photos when we clean our rumah. This is the old house in Gombak. These are the gotong royong lah. Usually we do on our own. We clean by gotong royong to clean our own house. Okay. Okay, recently, this last month, they have a project mengecat Rumah Sinar Kasih. It is from UM, the counselling unit that come to help to paint the house. Remember just now I showed the house was very old. there was a fungus on the wall. So now they came and they did a gotong royong and they painted the house. So this is our new color. Maybe it's a greenish yellow color. Previously it was a pink in color. Kuning, kuning. Okay. Okay, so I think this is the last one adalah sambutan Hari Raya di Rumah Sinar Kasih. So they still celebrate Hari Raya there. They cook lemang, kuih, and so on. Okay, this is the resident during Hari Raya. Okay, lain-lain. So for the ahli jawatan kuasa, for us, we also went to this one. We went to a place called Gelemi-Lemi in Jelebu to find a new idea what we are going to do, what we can offer to the resident in Rumah Sinar Kasih, and also we look for a land there so that we can expand our Rumah Sinar Kasih. This place is under but situated in Jelebu, in Negeri Sembilan. It's called Gelemi-Lemi. Okay. So there are a lot of agriculture activity there, including penternakan kambing lah. There in the Gelemi-Lemi. Okay, maybe I can show you some video that related to the Rumah Sinar Kasih.
Sebenarnya setiap kali dia cuba berpatah balik untuk hadir dalam masyarakat, tunjuk bakat, malah penghinaan yang dia dapat.
Saya berserta rakan-rakan saya yang juga terdiri daripada Kalitangan ADK, Universiti Melaya, kami telah menubuhkan satu persatuan yang kita panggil Sinar Kasih Kuala Lumpur. Yang kelabu, ku tempuhi lorong yang berliku, mencari sinar yang menerangi kegelapanku.
Sokongan moral yang saya maksudkan tadi dari segi sokongan moral dari masyarakat adalah yang kita rasa adalah kepercayaan lah. Pertama sekali kita bagi kepercayaan kepada mereka. Kalau kita tengok Universiti Melaya, sokongan yang dibagi pertama sekali untuk kami adalah penginapan. Itu cukup bagus. Sebab penginapan, tanpa penginapan kita nak teruskan pemulihan ini adalah susah.
Bagaikan pelangi, tak bercahaya, namun kau berseri, tapi cukup menghiburkan hati ini.
Dalam perjalanan hidup ni, kalau tengok, Pak Long tanyalah pada diri aku sebagai manusia, apa sumbangan aku. Selama ni aku dah banyak merosakkan, nak bagi sumbangan, nak tolong kawan-kawan. Sedangkan aku tak ada kemampuan.
Bagai pelangi, petang kau kan pasti pergi jua.
Tahun ni alhamdulillah lah tuan. Dengan adanya tuan di sini, saya rasa tahun ni raya yang paling meriah lah. Pasal apa kami rasa kami mampu mendengar khutbah raya, kami mampu takbir raya. Kami bangga lah. Walaupun tanpa keluarga di sisi, tapi tuan-tuan keluarga kami lah.
اللهم باركنا فيما رزقتنا وقنا عذاب النار صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Okay, so actually this video was made just before Hari Raya lah. Okay. So I think that's all my presentation during Rumah Sinar Kasih. So any question you want to ask about this Rumah Sinar Kasih?
Thank you, Dr. Azmi, for the great and emotional talk just now. So I would like to open for Q&A question. Anyone would like to ask more about Rumah Sinar Kasih? Doctor, I have one question. How many, in terms of residency, how long they can stay there, and how many of them can stay at one time?
I see. Okay, so far we have, I think, around 12, is it, bro? 12 resident in Rumah Sinar Kasih. And I think the rehabilitation program is around about 6 months to 1 year. But sometimes they can stay, I mean, more than that. When they are stable, they are still allowed to stay in Rumah Sinar Kasih, but they have to work. Like what I mentioned just now, they work in around the Rumah Sinar Kasih with the chicken, the fish. But some of them, they even have a stable job outside. They can come and stay at Rumah Sinar Kasih, but they went out to work, and then in the afternoon they come and stay there. But, because they don't have place to go, so we provide place for them.
Thank you again.
Okay.
Thank you again.
All right, guys. Hello. So now we're going to commence with the next talk, which are also important talks on stem cell research, cancer research.
Which one?
This one.
This one.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for joining us for the talk given by Magna. So, here we have our speaker, Mr. Muhammad Sabri from Magna. So, just a very brief introduction for our speakers. Mr. Muhammad Sabrin holds a bachelor degree in biomedical science with honors, and his academic excellence earned his first-class honor as put on the rector list. So, currently serving as a scientific officer at Magna, Mr. Muhammad is dedicated to healthcare and research. His team has successfully coordinated and managed the Malaysian stem cell registry project, resulting in the registration of over 2,000 stem cell donors annually. Yeah. So his leadership extends to overseeing lab operation, providing training to the intern, new staff, and conducting awareness program in collaboration with private and also the government sector. So without further ado, now let us welcome our speaker, Mr. Muhammad, to share with us Malaysian Stem Cell Registry stem cell donation, and also get to know us for Cancer Research Magna. Thank you.
All right, thank you, MC, for the wonderful remarks and introductions. So, Assalamualaikum and very good evening, everyone. So, I hope everyone here is still okay. I know that energy has drained a lot since I believe some of you guys have been here since morning. So, please bear with me since I believe that this will be the last slot for today's session. So, I'll try my very best to make this session short, sweet, and concise, inshallah. All right. So, before we begin our talk today, I just would like to know how many of you guys here have ever heard about stem cells donations? Or perhaps maybe you guys have ever heard about Malaysian Stem Cell Registry? Anyone? Yes, all right. So maybe some of you yes, some of you no, so never mind. Okay, so before I proceed with my today's session, I just would like to take your perhaps 3 to 5 seconds for you to think and imagine. Imagine if you have a to save someone's life. So today I will bring you guys on a journey to a world of hope, a world where everyone can be a hero and make a meaningful impact to someone's life. But before I forget, I would like to again thanks the organizing committee for inviting us today on this special occasions of Health Academia Month and Research Carnival 2023, where today I will be sharing with you guys about some things that is remarkably, some things that are incredibly powerful, yet so simple, which is about stem cells donation. All right. Sorry. Okay, so I believe some of you guys might think, why should I really care about stem cells donation? Isn't it something to do, for perhaps, researcher or maybe scientist or perhaps a medical doctor? But believe me, stem cells donations goes beyond that. It's not something just about science, but it is about the remarkable potential within each and every one of us, to bring a hope, to someone's life. All right. So in the next few minutes, I will explain to you guys a little bit more about what is actually stem cells donation and why it is very important and how a simple act of registrations, can save someone's life. But before I delve straight away into our topics today, which is about stem cells donation, I'm just going to explain to you a little bit about Malaysian Stem Cells Registry or MSCR and how MSCR plays a crucial role in promoting stem cells donations in Malaysia. All right. So a little bit about MSCR. MSCR was established in December 2000, and it was actually a collaborative effort being done between the Ministry of Health, Institute for Medical Research, and also National Cancer Council MACNA. So for those who aren't familiar about National Cancer Council or MACNA, MACNA is actually a non-profit organization, dedicated to reducing the burden, the morbidity, and as well as the suffering that cancer patients often experience. And this is usually done, through various initiatives such as providing them with financial aid and also through research initiative. So at the end of today's slot, I will be explaining to you guys a little bit more about the research initiative made by MACNA. So please bear with me. All right. So even though MSCR was established in 2000, meaning we have been here for more than 20 decades, even though we have been here in Malaysia for more than 20 years, but the awareness surrounding Malaysian Stem Cells Registry or perhaps awareness surrounding stem cell donations still remains limited within Malaysians' populations. All right, so what is actually MSCR? So MSCR is actually serve as a database and registry that stores the information of individuals who are willing to donate their stem cells to patients in need. So in MSCR, we have these 3 ultimate goals, which is the first one is to recruit and collect data from volunteer or potential donor. And then the second is to provide the opportunity to potentially save someone's life by offering treatment for diseases that can be addressed through stem cell transplantation. And last but not least is to digitize a database that compiles a list of potential volunteers donors. All right, so as of September 2023, we have about 37,000 of people who have been registered as a stem cell donor in our registry. Some of you guys might think that the figure displayed here might seem like a lot, but believe me, when you consider a number of Malaysian populations that we have right now, which is about 34 million of people, this number stated here is just a small, tiny little fraction. Hence, this data displayed here is also suggests, people and encourage people to register as a stem cell donor because the hypothesis is very simple. The more people who register as a stem cell donor, the higher, the better the chance we can offer, to save someone who are in need of stem cell transplantation. All right, so moving forward. Okay, so what is actually blood stem cells? I believe many of you guys here are familiar enough with blood stem cells, so I'm not going to explain a bit more detail on that part. Just a brief idea. So blood stem cells, also known as the hematopoietic stem cells, is actually a specialized cells found in our bone marrow or in our blood that has the remarkable ability to differentiate and to develop into various types of blood cells in our body, such as red blood cells to carry oxygens, white blood cells to fight infection, as well as the platelet, which is a blood clotting agent. So the blood stem cells are pretty much important in our body as it helps for maintaining a healthy blood supply in our body. So since these stem cells has an ability to self-renew, meaning it can make 1,800 copy of themselves, hence meaning it has the ability to make 100,000 of copy, to create various blood group as needed by our body. So stem cells is very important for maintaining our overall health and well-being. All right, so next. So stem cell transplantations is actually often used to treat diseases, especially blood-related disorders such as leukemia, lymphoma, thalassemia, and certain genetic disorders. So since stem cells has the ability to to reproduce, to replicate themselves and produce copies and create various blood, so it is important that this stem cell can help people who are having these types of conditions. All right. So in stem cells transplantations, the ultimate goal is always about to replace a patient's disease or malfunction bone marrow. Stem cells from the donor. Transplantation, meaning the individuals, the patients receive the stem cells from the donor. So we often refer this as an allogenic transplant. So this procedure can help to reset the blood and the immune system of the patients, and thus offering a better remissions and cure in this life challenging and in this threatening and challenging situations. All right. So next. So how will I be selected as a donor? So unlike blood donations, in order for you to be selected as a stem cell donor, you need to undergo a special laboratory test called HLA typing analysis. Unlike blood donation, whereby the compatibility between the donor and the patient is predominantly determined based on the blood group, right? For example, a blood group A for A, B, and B, and so on and so forth. However, in stem cells transplantation, we are not looking at the blood group as this does not have to match. Right. However, we are focusing for proteins on the surface of most cells called human leukocyte antigens. To put it into simple words, human leukocyte antigen, or also known as HLA, is like an ID tag found on the surface of our cells. So this ID tag will tell our immune system whether the cells are friendly, meaning some things that originate from our body, or whether the cells are unfriendly, meaning like germs and whatnot. So. A match occurs when the 6 HLA on a patient white blood cell match with 6 HLA found on a potential donor white blood cells. So only if there is a perfect match between the donor and the patient, only then we will proceed with the stem cell transplantations. All right, so this illustration perhaps will give you a better understanding about what I've just mentioned earlier. So as you can see here, the green box here, we can see that all alleles in the donor and the patients are perfectly matched. Hence, we can proceed with the stem cell transplantations. However, the red box below, you can see that only DR7s are not matched with the donor. Hence, the stem transplantation cannot be occur. So we need to ensure that the HLA matching are perfectly matched between the donor and the patients. If not, the rejection will be occur. Hence, we cannot proceed with the stem cell transplantations. All right. So this is the figure of the inheritance of the HLA haplotypes. So in our family members, usually we will inherit 50% of the HLA genes from our mother, and then the other 50% from our father. So meaning in our siblings, So the compatibility between you and your brother or perhaps your sister is about 25%. So I give you some simple scenario. For example, child number 1, he was diagnosed with leukemia, for example, and he was in need of stem cell transplantation. So which child do you think will be the perfect match for child number 1? It will be child number 3, right? So however, if child number 2, she was also diagnosed with the same condition as child number 1, so which one do you think will be the perfect match for child number 2? There is none, right? So that's when we are looking for someone who is not someone who is not within the family members, meaning someone's strangers from meaning non-siblings members. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, the compatibility between among the siblings is about 25%. However, when it comes to non-siblings, the percentage of finding the perfect HLA match is about 1 in a million, meaning this is very low. So hence, we are urging more people, to register as a stem cell donor so that we can increase the probability of finding the perfect match between the individuals and the patient in need. All right. So, if you want to register as stem cell donor, what are the requirements? So, there are actually 4 requirements. This is given by Pusat Darah Negara. So, the first one, if you want to register as stem cell donor, you must be a Malaysian. So far, we are not accepting any non-Malaysians who want to register. And then the next one is your age must be between 18 to 15 years old, and then you must be healthy. And then the last one is very crucial part, which is you need to be free from any blood-related disease or disorders such as HIV, JCPD, or thalassemia. So this is very important because we are going to provide, we are going to give our stem cells, to patients who are having, a problem with their blood and whatnot. So you need to make sure that you are free from any blood-related diseases before we can proceed with the stem cell transplantations. All right, so this is an overview of how you can be a part of MSCR. So you need to listen to the MSCR talk. So this is very important so that you know a little bit about what is actually MSCR and stem cell and whatnot. And then once you agree, you can register yourself as a stem cell donor, and then we will proceed with the sampling part. So for the sampling part, there are 3 types of samples that we usually require. The first one is 10 ml of blood. The second one is 2 ml of saliva. And then the third one is buccal swab. However, nowadays, we are shifting towards a more convenient method, which is buccal swab. So I'll explain to you guys a little bit more about this on the next slide, on how to do the sampling with the buccal swab. And then once you have given out your sample, we will bring your sample back to our lab, and then we will perform the lab analysis to test your HLA typing, whether it is compatible with the patients in need. So once the result is released, it will be stored in our database as a future reference for the Pusat Darah Negara or the National Stem Cell Coordinating Center. Right, so this is a sampling technique, how you want to take your sample. So this is a very straightforward step. The most important thing is you need to ensure that you do not eat within 30 minutes prior to the sampling. This is to ensure no contaminants presence when we are doing the DNA extraction. So, place the swab tip on the mouth, gently rub each side of your inner cheek at least 30 times upside down. And then once you're finished, just take the swab out of your mouth and place it back inside the tube and seal tight the buccal cap. So this is a very straightforward technique on how you want to do the sampling on this part. Right, so this is the overview flow of MSCR. So we need to take your sample. First, you need to register the consent. You need to fill in the consent form to register as a stem cell donor. And then next, we will take your sample. So like mentioned earlier, your sample will be bring back to our lab, and then we will perform the HLA typing analysis. But before that, we will process the sample to extract the DNA, and then we will proceed with the HLA typing, and then the result will be recorded in our database. All right, so let's say if you are found to be matched with the patient in need, so what will be the next step? So the next step will be the blood stem collection or stem cell harvest. So in order for the blood stem cells to be collected, there are actually 2 available options for that. The first one is through bone marrow aspirations, and then the second one is through the apheresis method. So, however, the first method, which is bone marrow aspiration, is quite invasive. Hence, when we are introduced this method to our donor, they are somehow reluctant, to register as stem cell donor because, the name itself is quite intimidating, right? So hence we are shifting towards a less invasive method, which is called a pheresis method. So the procedure is quite more or less like you are donating your blood. So the blood will be drawn from your left arm, and then it will enter this machine called stem cell separator, whereby the machine will filter the cells of interest and the other blood components will be returned back to your body. So this method is more favorable as compared to the former one because it is less invasive as compared to the bone marrow aspiration. So this is how we are going to collect your stem cell once your HLA typing match with the patient in need. If they do not match, hence we cannot proceed with the stem cell collection. Right, so this is the procedure I mentioned earlier. All right, so this is the apheresis machine that we use. We also known as a stem cell separator, whereby this machine will use to filter the cells of interest, which is stem cells. All right, so many people are asking, what is the typical recovery time for a donor before they can return to work? So this is actually vary among individuals. However, the majority of donors are able to resume their regular daily routines within 1 to 2 days following the donations. Meaning, perhaps after you undergo the stem cell transplantation procedure, you will feel a slightly dizziness, but worry not. You will be monitored closely by the doctor, and you will be given around about 6 days of MC, so that the doctor will monitor your conditions if there is anything happen. All right. So once you have completed all the cycles, you have registered the form, you have taken your sample, and then you actually match with the patient in need, and then you have already donate your stem cells to the patient in need. You will receive this benefit of free of charge for government first class ward and hospital base. So this card or this privilege will only be given if only you have donating your stem cells. If you register, you will not receive this privilege. Only after you have completed the stem cell transplantations, you will be entitled with these benefits. So this is the official letter that will be issued by the Ministry of Health to let you gain the privilege I mentioned earlier. All right, so we are reaching towards the end of our today's slot. So this is the testimony or our patient's successful journey with the blood stem cell transplant. So the young man here, he was diagnosed with leukemia about 9 years ago. However, thank you to the unsung hero who has been given her stem cell. And now this young man has been fully recovered and live a healthy and happy life. And by the way, he's married already. So these are the successful journey of our patients who have been receiving stem cell from our volunteer. All right, so I think this will be the last slide for the first slot about stem cell donations. I think this is very important for us to engrave in our mind. You know, we cannot help everyone, but everyone can be of help to someone. So this is our address. We are the only stem cell registry currently available in Malaysia. So you can find us in Institute for Medical Research at the National Institute of Health in Setia Alam. So this is our contact number. Shall you have further inquiries or require additional information about stem cell donation, you can contact us straight away, whether through the official number stated there, or you can WhatsApp us via 017. Or you can also email us and follow us on Facebook. So we will update anything about our activity in our Facebook. All right, so that's all about stem cells donations. All right, so next I'll be explaining to you guys a little bit, just introductory part about Makna Research Award. So like I mentioned earlier, apart from providing a financial aid to the cancer patients, providing scholarship to the cancer patients and family, Makna also provided a research grant to support a young researcher, you know, to do a study in the cancer research field. So in this slide, I'll be explaining to you briefly about Makna Research Grant. All right. So this is our research mission to prevent cancer initiation whenever possible, eliminate it in the early stages when it does occur, and help patients to live with rather than die from cancer. So there are two currently research awards available in Makna. The first one is Makna Cancer Research Award, or also known as MCRA. So actually, this research award was initiated in 2001 to promote cancer research among young scientists in the hope of discovering new knowledge and potential cures for cancer patients. So far, 1.8 million has been allocated to fund 63 research projects from various institutions. And this award was actually a collaboration between MACNA and also Academy of Science Malaysia, also known as ASM. So yearly, we will receive hundreds and thousands of applications. However, of those hundreds and thousands of applications, only 3 will be selected to receive the research award, with the value of each award not exceeding 50,000 ringgit. So this is the criteria. You can have a look. So the application is open to all Malaysian citizens, and what cannot be used to purchase equipment. So all the details here, I'm not going to explain one by one, but if you have further inquiries, you can visit our booth, as our team will assist you there to address all your concerns with regard to this award. All right. Next, so this is how the evaluation takes place. So there are certain criteria that we will look upon: the originality, the doability, relevance to cancer landscape Malaysia, patient outcome, and so on and so forth. And these are the requirements that the researcher need to comply once they secure the research grant from MACNA. And then this is the timeline. All right. So the next research award is called MACNA Cancer Research Collaboration Fund. So the major difference between MACNA Cancer Research Collaboration Fund and MCRA is that MACNA Cancer Research Collaboration Fund does not have age limit, meaning everyone can join or everyone can apply for this funding to support their research project. So similar to the previous one, the aim of the MACNA Cancer Research Collaboration Fund is to promote cancer research among local scientists. So as I mentioned earlier, the application is open to all Malaysian citizens with no age limit, with medical specialist degree, PhD, residing in Malaysia and interested in cancer research. So the maximum amount of the fund is 300,000 per project. So this year there will be no applications open. So you can, if you wish to apply for the MACNA Cancer Research Fund, you can apply it on next year, which is it will be open on 1st April every year for the duration of 1 month. So if you like to apply for that MACNA Cancer Research Fund, you can just go to MACNA official website to have a further look on about the requirements and whatnot. All right. So the theme for the MACNA Cancer Research Fund is always surrounding the patient-centered research, and the area of research category could be number 1, the cancer prevention, such as behavioral science in cancer prevention, or also biomarkers and early detection diagnosis. Anything that related to any research that related to the biomarkers, you can also apply for this MACNA Research Fund. And then the third one is the cancer treatment, which is the precision medicines. So I guess that's all from me. So again, I just would like to sum up our today's slide, which is in MACNA, there are 2 currently available research grant, which is MCRA, MACNA Cancer Research Award, and also MACNA Cancer Research Collaboration Fund. So I hope you guys can at least gain the benefit from today's session. Shall we have further inquiries or need additional information with regard to this, you can visit our booth, as we will be explaining to you a bit more detail on that part. So I guess that's all from me. Thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Any questions from the audience?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Actually, I have 2 questions. My first question is, how much blood will be taken from a donor? My second question is, a donor can donate, how many times a donor can donate a stem cell?
All right.
Or stem cells. Thank you.
All right. So how many blood stem cells required? All right. So actually, that depends on the doctor. So usually, like blood donations, certain criteria will be, we will look upon your weight and whatnot. So this usually will be determined by the doctor. So our part is only to recruit the donor who wish to become a stem cell. Our part is only to recruit people who wish to become a stem cell donor. So when it comes to how many volumes that will be required for the stem cell transplantations, it actually depends on the doctor. And the second question is how So let's say if you have donated your stem cell this year, meaning and let's say you have a match with the other patients, so you need to wait at least 1 year before the other stem cell transplantation can take place. So 1 year duration gaps.
If you have any further questions, feel free to just approach them at the booth there. So now we would like to give a token of appreciation. Our chairperson, Dr. Krishna, and Mr. Muhammad. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Sabrin. Yeah, I think that's all for our research seminar today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your coming, and I hope you guys enjoyed listening to all the interesting talks, especially the PXY related talk, and also Magna. Okay, just a quick recap, introducing the talks which we're going to have tomorrow. So tomorrow is mainly focusing on social preventive medicine associated topics. So at the same time, we have a parallel program where we have the osteoarthritis symposium virtual event. So please do join this talks and symposium. And yeah, so then we have we hope to see more UMNT students and postgraduate students to take part in such events. So we prepare those talks for you guys. All right. So if you guys not here, then so there is no point in organizing this. So all this we are organizing for the students, the postgraduate student, and also for the undergraduate students. So please bring along your friends and attend this talk and benefit out of it. All right. All right. That's all for today. So we have. Again, tomorrow we have a poster competition at the center point, various booths, and also we have a lunch talk. All right. At 1 p.m. we have a lunch talk. We give out 100 packs lunch. So please bring along your friends for the lunch talk and support the companies who sponsored, this 1 week event. All right. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Members stay back, committee members stay back, and runners also stay back. Those involved in tomorrow's events, please stay back.
Yeah.